What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Fortnite Global Championship. This is day number 2, Game 7, the first of the day. Malibuca ping walks, get a victory royale. They take away high ground from Queasy. We've only seen some attempt that incredible task so many times, but in game number 1 of the day, to start things off, Malibuca sends it?
I can't believe it is even possible, right? We talked about how secure we thought Queasy was as soon as he was able to get up on the high ground. I can't lie, though, Minnie. It kind of felt like it was the team effort, right? Multiple teams kind of going for it. At the end of the day, though, Malibuca walks and ping. They were the ones that waited for the exact right moment. And, oh, my gosh, man. Malibuca got to the high ground. He quickly was like, nah, I don't want to be up here. I want to get in the mix. I know I need these eliminations to soar up the leaderboard.
Yeah, and what was crucial about this height take, of course, we saw Queasy on right at the beginning of that end game. Then we saw Acorn's team going up to try and take it. They actually were successful in that height take. The crucial thing that actually ended up allowing Malibuca to take height was that zone pulled back. That 10th zone pulled back over all of the old builds that Queasy's team ended up making. And then, of course, it allowed Malibuca to save all those materials that they would have expended by extending out. They could then use that to then take height. So really well played endgame from these guys. More of the same needed. I think they made a few adjustments early game as well because things were going a little bit wrong for them at the beginning of the game yesterday. And this is what they can do when they make it to endgame.
So insane, man. I love that we're starting to attack high ground, right? Like, we know high ground wins games, in some cases wins tournaments, and now as you turn attention to those standings, look at this. This lead is not what it once was, right? Now we're starting to close up. We're trying to say, Queasy, hold on a minute. Let's not get crazy here. 570 points. Oh, man. I mean, look, we still got a lot to do if we're hoping to catch Queasy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're talking about it. The lead isn't what it once was, but it, like, barely moved. I'm pretty sure. 170 points, still very, very comfortable for them. And this is kind of what Minnie was talking about as we were watching the game, because he was like, yeah, I mean, you know, they're down. Still potential for Mustache to go ahead and solo clutch, but this is kind of the exact game they need. They don't need to soar ahead. They just kind of need to pick up enough points to kind of fend off the competition.
Yeah, this is technically their worst game of the weekend, right? I think they got 7th in this game, but still, I know. Oh no, we'll wrap it up. But still, it's still a good game. They made it to end game. They took height. They did what they know how to do. Again, unfortunate, as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, day 2, people are going to go for height, so things are going to look a lot different. Maybe that's now an adjustment to their play style. They might need to think, oh, maybe we need to go down, play mid-ground a little bit more, but it's not bad for them. They're still getting points. They're still clutching when it matters.
The result won't show it, but I just cannot believe how quick and decisive this team can, like, switch strategy on a dime. We saw them on the higher ground, right? Acorn's trio, they crash padded up. They were instantly fighting for it. And I swear, it was within literally like 4 or 5 seconds, the entire trio of Queasy's was shooting up and trying to break out Acorn's trio to prevent them from actually screwing that out. It was literally instant.
So good, and that's what makes Queasy such a great idea.
Yo, tout le monde, comment vous allez? Est-ce que vous allez bien dans le chat?
To actually then drop down and try and take a different position. As long as you're all doing the same thing, that's what's most important. When you get teams that are trying to split, one's going up, 2 going down, it doesn't work. Queasy's got that team really, really well prepped, understanding it's my call, whether we go up, whether we go down, they're on the same page.
And I kind of talked about it, right? They defended it. They defended against the take from Acorn. Unfortunately, Malibuca's trio just way too aware of what was going up on the high ground. They kind of joined in on the fight and were like, hey, listen, you guys can keep fighting, we'll take the height.
That is crazy. We have a listen in from that last game. Let's see how things were going for Queasy.
Watch out high. Things left and right now. Wait, take it. Take it. I have it. I'm connecting. Yeah, I think. I went down. I'm gonna jump now. Chop it. I'm coming back. I'm dead, I think. You got chopped again. Fine. Good. Can you come to me? One time. Okay. I'm up. You guys get me? You can save me, no? Nice. Can you save me? I got rest. Calm down. And 10 deals, guys. 10 deals. I have sickness. Go, okay. Go. I'm dead. You good? Can you? I don't care. I'm 5 times food. I'm chugging. Yeah. Sure. Get it. Go up one. Wow.
Crazy stuff there. Hope you guys at home could hear it, because I sure couldn't. This crowd is going crazy. They stand behind Queasy. Okay? They know who they want to champion. They know who they want to win. Man, oh man, but for the trio, right, to be in this kind of situation, I love those adaptations. I'm almost curious, right? Now that they had someone contest them, now I almost wonder, what are they thinking going into this next game, right? What kind of little micro adjustments are we going to make sure that doesn't happen again?
Yeah, in this scenario, I would not want to be Queasy, right? Because he's kind of got to be the guy that decides that for his trio. Hey, listen, do we kind of give up on the whole high ground thing? Obviously, that is our best strategy, but, you know, we're kind of have this comfortable lead to where if we kind of just played mid ground or low ground and make sure that we pick up, you know, a decent placement every single game, we'll still hold on to the lead. Or do they just play what they know?
It's these moments where champions are made, right? When things aren't quite going your way, when something happens that you didn't expect, how do you adapt to that? How do you adjust what's been working so well for you to have the courage to say, right, you know what? Let's change up what we're doing. Let's maybe loot in a different area. Let's try and look at other teams from Storm Surge early on, because it looked like they were a little bit lower down than we've seen them in previous games.
Yeah, true.
Maybe we change the way that we play our end games. That courage is what makes champions champions.
That is crazy. You know, yeah, you have that comfortability. How do you say, look, we have to break what we know.
Yeah.
If we want to be champions, maybe that's the answer. Let's go back to these standings, though, and start taking a look at the second page and see kind of where things are going. Wanted to highlight here Mr. Savage showing up here in this final end game, having a good game. We still need work, right? There's still work to be done. But having, you know, starting to kind of pick up steam, starting to pick up momentum with 5 games more to go, I'm excited to see what else they bring.
I'm actually kind of surprised they didn't move at all from 11th, right?
Yeah.
They were in the mix during that end game right there. I think it was Mr. Savage from the trio who took some of the splashes out into the storm early on to make sure that they ended up clutching up. I mean, it's great to see them in the mix. Obviously, you know, making it to the end game pretty often, but 11th place, they seem to be kind of stuck to that position on the leaderboard right now.
Yeah, and I think that just speaks to how high quality these end games are, right? They're very heavy end games. Lots of our teams that are doing well already are making end games and still doing well. So it's very tough for the teams that are a little bit lower down to sort of break into that upper echelon of placement. But if they keep the consistency going, if Savage can keep clutching up like this, keep him having that IQ that we know he has, just to be able to have that experience, that understanding of the game, to sit back into the storm, try and farm out as many placements as possible, they can find out an attack here on the top 10.
I mean, yeah, look at that. Top 5 with 8 eliminations. Insane work from them. Obviously, the club's kind of coming in. And they just don't move on the leaderboard, man. Yeah, it's just so tough out there.
You know what's crazy, too? Think about this year, right? Mr. Savage comes in, he's like, guys, wiping my hands, I'm not competitive.
Yeah.
And then here we are on a global stage putting on this performance.
I'm interested to see whether this can sort of reignite that sort of love that he has for the game, right? The grind factor that he has, his burning passion, desire to want to win an FNCS, because I really hope it does. I think this is a great opportunity for him. You know, they're not doing bad. They're in 11th place. They just came off the back of a really good game. They have the firepower. We've seen them performing very well in the end game as well. Maybe this is a sort of a beam of hope, if you like, for him for going forward. And we want to see him. Everyone in EU, we all love him. We were all very sad when he announced that he was retiring, but very happy when he came back. And now he's here. What a story.
Oh my gosh. Also, we can't forget Clicks as well, right? NA.
Yep.
He's coming back. Don't even worry about it. He's putting on a show for us here. Again, though, the job is not done, right? We do have 5 more games, but 5 is going to dry up so quickly, Vivid. So for not only Clicks' trio, but for every other trio, we really need to make sure our strategy is locked tight.
It felt like yesterday I was almost begging for a game from Clix' trio here to just please make it to the end game as a healthy trio. You know, give them an option, give yourselves an opportunity to show your game plan, show how good you are, show how good of a year you've had over on the NAC region. Again, right there, game number 7, a whole night's of rest, opportunity to go over it. Higgs is down early.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it's not the ideal start for them. They've made it to the end game, which they've been doing quite consistently well so far. They're not in a bad position by any means. And I think they just need that one big game. Ideally, sooner the better, right? Because they're a team that does thrive on hype. I know Clix is, you know, one of the biggest streamers, if not the biggest streamer in Fortnite. He lives off of the people watching him. He wants to be in the spotlight. He wants to have that moment to himself. And that could almost catapult them. That could give them that confidence, instill that confidence back in them for the rest of the games. For them, they've just got to try and make something happen in the end game, more so, as you said. Stay as a trio, make something happen, and hopefully feed off of that hype and confidence.
Maybe that's a VR and getting rallied behind, like the crowd, right? Like having them to push you over the line to kind of start to build that momentum. But I like what you pulled out. The sooner the better, right? And it's not even just them, it's everyone, right? These little strategies with only 5 games. Guys, it's only 5 games, if we're going to try and pull out some kind of strategy, if we're going to try and swap our drop spot to land on someone else, it has to happen now, right? Like, if we're not in this top 10, we got to get ourselves in there.
I mean, the best time to do it would have been last game, but the best time is now, right? This is the time to switch things up. I think this is an important moment for the teams, right? They've had a little feel as to what the lobby's looking like, well, what teams are doing around it, which is so crucial in the Surge meta. So now they can really make those adaptations. It's all well and good looking back at the games from yesterday. It's a completely different day. Everyone's doing different things.
Yeah, and I'll touch on a last couple of few points here from that game specifically, right? We even saw Venno. He was kind of up on the high ground. He was kind of, you know, tutoring with the idea that he can maybe take it from like 8th zone. I saw him kind of build up for it. They didn't actually end up like fighting for it or trying to defend it. But hey, listen, they were kind of thinking about it. And then obviously Kanata's trio finding themselves in the mix towards the end game as well.
Guys, you know I love breaking down things between the games. But I'm getting word it is almost that time to kick back into all of the... Never mind! That's the battle bus, so you know what time it is. Game 8 starts now.
Having a little bit too much fun with it, but you know there's so much fun to go around. We just couldn't keep it all to ourselves, Jacob. So, Levin, why don't you give a big hello to everybody here for Game 8?
I had to get involved in the action, Taco. I mean, the games have been way too good. I couldn't watch for too long. I just wanted to jump in for at least the one game, if you'll have me.
I'll have you, bro. We could be here for the rest of the day. We could just put a day 3 tomorrow, and we could just cast all those games. But, Levin, this fight, one that's been going all weekend long.
It's been relentless. Fredoxy's trio have had the better of them of late, but can they do it again? We know both teams can do incredibly well when they survive off spawn, but the surviving part is the hardest.
And that's the real issue here, Levin, because Tyson, Chicho, Atris is the most split that we've ever seen both of these teams drop, but we know exactly what comes next. If they're not quick with these eliminations, if they don't clear this out fast enough, somebody else is bound to roll on over.
That one looked a bit different. We're used to seeing these guys get to scrapping straight away. Both teams getting some time to loot up.
Venno actually got that first elimination on the Coyote. It looked like Yuma was trying to play aggressive and try to clean it up, but Venno just created so much distance, it made it too much of a risk to continue to try to push it down. But back and forth, these off-spawn battles looking to get chaotic more and more so. Tayson almost piecing one up, but they found an exit. Chicho is in a struggle. He goes down. That's the first one knocked, but Fredoxy's down as well. That's going to be a 2v1 situation with Tayson getting knocked. It's all a trick to try to get away. He's scrambling around. He evens the fight up with a knock on to Pablo.
But the damage has already been done. Gino's just not healthy enough to stick around. He can't even attempt to play for that revive onto Pablo.
And this is why these off-spawn battles between these two teams have been happening so quickly. Both teams are aware that once they take a second too long, this trio is going to roll on in and make it a nightmare. Again, Gino able to get away, and maybe his trio still has hope in this game, but not the start either teams would have wanted that.
And they're still going to have to revisit some other method to reestablish all of that lost surge from those full eliminations. But Gino, still, bit of a mastermind play there. He knew the fail was the perfect moment.
This is it right now. Uncontested yet again, but the biggest difference from that last game to every other game before, there's more and more players looking up. There's more and more teams ready to contest it. They realize there's only 6 games left throughout the entirety of the day, 5 now with 1 already done, and their chances to overcome that point deficit is going right out the window.
I mean, watching it on the sidelines, it doesn't look like anything really can get in these guys' way. I think they've showed their ability to still get so many points out of games, even if it's a game where it doesn't quite go their way. One of them still able to clutch. Can anything stop them today, Taco?
And that's the thing, though, is can anything stop them? Not necessarily, but can anything catch up to them? There's nothing scarier, in my mind, than a wounded animal, and that's exactly the position that Peterbot Cold and Ritual have been in after yesterday. But Gabzetta away, Scarpa, they picked up exactly what they needed to. Gino's not going to have that opportunity to try and play hero.
Uh-oh, the third party's maybe in this case, going to be a fourth party overall. They're trying to move in. Braids, Visuals, and a Minish. They realize with 105 points, that's not nearly enough, or at least not close to what they thought they'd have. So they're now just going on the hunt. Eliminations, 4 points each. They look at Gabzetta, they look at Way and Scarpa. That's 12 possible points. One less team in their path, and a chance to try to at least steal away some of this loot and XP.
Thinking about Gabzetta, Way, and Scarpa having priority control right now, though, on the Queen. Braids, diminished Visuals. They see just how distracted Gabzetta, Way, and Scarpa truly are. They are lurking. They are creeping up ever so steadily, perfectly concealing themselves. But this is where patience and trigger discipline really come into effect.
But another team. That's a fifth party. A fifth party's now coming in towards the side. So even though Braids, Diminish, and Visuals are trying to lurk and grab some eliminations, surprise attack one, they could be the ones that's happening to them. But Kadu, Tisco, Striker, instead of going for a lurk, they just immediately take the high ground. They said, hey, if you guys want to rotate out of Rangers Ruin, you're going to get tagged up the entire time.
I still have no idea about a Minish's team just waiting in the wings. When that opportunity opens up, they will be ready to take it. But which team is going to play their hand first? Who will make that first move and knock the domino over?
Just in a little bit of a stare down currently. Gadu, Tisco, Striker. While they had seemed initially so intent on getting involved, the way that they've now just put everything to a pause, surely this has got to work out for Visuals.
We've got to start to think so, right? We know in this lobby the thresholds for Surge are so high. Time is such a valuable currency. The more time you spend doing nothing, the less time to have to get Surge later on. Someone has to do something quickly, and I think they're starting to realize that.
Oh, but yeah, I think everybody's realizing things aren't pushing. They're not happening as quick as they should. The third parties don't got their opportunity to lurk for elimination. So Striker, Kadu, Tisco, they're going to be the first ones rotating on out. But Arc School and Salco, look, instead of going towards the south, typically they were fighting that team. Kadu and his entire trio. This time they're pushing up towards the north. Vortex, Goofy, and Mountain are going to be in their line of sight. School missing a crucial shot. They are in the zone, so every second is just more damage being ticked off. Salco's going to be the first one dropped, though. NA West is now in danger.
Arc, he was doing so much to carry his team yesterday, but School not going to have that opportunity. Vortex, Goofy, and Mountain defend their current hold, but it's also making you wonder what happens to Queasy now that they've been interrupted.
Yeah, this is going to, again, be a real test. Will it be a chink in the armor? Will it be another walk in the park for our OXR HQ team? Things looking like a walk in the park. I mean, we've seen them do this many of the games so far in this competition. And the crowd will chant for Vanya Bubu. They know things are looking good for their M8 boys right now. Oh! Uh-oh. Pixie will be fine, I'm sure. The revive will come through. Got me excited there for a second. You know me, I like action. I like seeing the knock.
You were excited till you noticed that it was done by both, and then immediately you key back
I
in.
quickly remembered, Taco.
A little bit of that third base action.
But is it okay? There's a third party, there's a fourth party, the fifth party's towards the north. Okay, we got a sixth party now joining Rangers Ruin. Honestly, when Rangers Ruin first appeared, this is the team that said, hey, we're ready to take a triple contested fight against Prodoxy and Taste Trio. They ended up changing things up a little bit, but now they're going back to that home base where they first called it. And now they're just trying to get damage onto anybody, and this might be a good plan for a team like Cold, Peterbot, and Ritual that had struggles throughout the first 6 games on day one. They're trying to figure out the formula for success here.
It wasn't about the struggles, it's more that they've just been homeless. There's nowhere on the map that they've been able to establish themselves, but the crash pad from overhead, getting the jump onto Scarpa, that is a big opening factor here for Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold.
Pixie Amzo Higgs, business as usual. And here's the thing about this team is they know how to fight. They know how to play for Surge. And I think that's why we see them in the top 10. It's just they kind of have the little hiccups, the little speed bumps towards the end game, maybe getting a little bit too aggressive, playing as individuals, and we do see them kind of stuck as duos. This game around, I want to see a change up. I want to see no matter what happens, right or wrong play, they stick as a full trio, because when you do that, sometimes miracles can happen. But you're seeing kind of one side, the north side of the map, kind of getting a little aggressive. Teams just trying to push each other in order to get their storm surge. On the south side of the map, with the zone pulling over in this direction, this is where you're going to see more and more of those surge bases set up.
A lot more time to accrue some damage. A lot more flexibility here. Hands up. Big weekend for him. And he's delivering so far. He's with 2 experienced LAN players. So he's shown that he can hold his own. Seti isn't a fan favorite. The crowd aren't loving Seti, but Seti is used to not being the favorite. He's used to people doubting him. And so he won't let that bother him too much.
Still over here, the zone's kind of favoring them out of all 3 trios that are in this direction, but shots continue to pour in. It doesn't even look like he knew exactly where those shots came from.
And look, I fully understand that Peterbot, Richmond, and Cole, these guys are such prominent players on their region and just considered top players overall. But even still, there's only so many drops that you could actually practice efficiently, and that has been a real thorn in their sides throughout this weekend.
Oh, no! The classic! They dropped down the surge base, and with that fall damage, that's easy surge for them. It's raining loot, and a chance for them to come back.
That is so sweet.
Not for paper. Victory for the Epic Whale. But one team's slip up, a little bit caught lacking. That's exactly what the adaptations you have to kind of anticipate heading into a day 2 format.
It's on the feed. Gage is going from that to getting another knock around the map. Canada bolts, rapid. They haven't had to move far from their actual initial drop spot. You see them saving the slurp truck down below for those extra heals. Seeing Rapid just kind of eye out the land right now. He is the IGL for the team, just trying to figure out where players are currently at, deep into the zone, and where they need to start to rotate to, so they have the least congestion. And in the background, Queasy, Swizzy, Merstash, that's a team that you gotta think that Kanata just spotted out. And you know what they're looking for, Taco Levin. They're looking for that bunker.
They want it, but are they going to actually be able to grab it with Kanata, Bolts, and Rapid so close by? Be hard pressed to believe that Kanata would let that one go for free. Same case scenario for his teammates, but Pix, Demas, Darm, they've just been playing their own methods, and it's worked out heavily for them.
Team with such little experience, but you could never tell from watching them in the lobby. Set game plan, set structure, and excellent execution. The young Poles continue to make their mark on this lobby, but there is still plenty to do. Acorn and Ages have plenty to do here. Foyo gonna have to be picked up.
Somewhere along the way, they might be able to find him, but if they aren't able to bring him back, it's basically an uphill battle for Acorn and Azures. Merstash, Swizzy, and Queasy, though, they're still able to make their way towards the bunker. So Kanata, Rapid Bolts, probably thinking better, not really willing to get caught up in this instance, but maybe they choose to wait outside. Maybe it's somebody else entirely that might be looking to shut Queasy down.
There's very few teams, Levin, that can even access this vault this early on in the game. So even there, they're not that close to another. They have to rotate towards that OXR HQ. They have to rotate towards the south. So for Vanya and Marius and Pixie, they're going to be able to kind of see Merstash, Swizzy, and Quizzy. If they memorize their outfits throughout the course of the game, they're definitely going to get that 100% confirmation and a chance to take them down if they're going to take it.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that's something Vanya will keep track of. So we'll see if that ends up leading to a clash between the two teams. It's something Vanya predicted would happen. He said he wants to play for Height today. We'll see if he's a man of his word. For reason, Chap and Mr. Savage have done incredibly well at times throughout this competition, but speaking to Mr. Savage yesterday, he said, hey, I feel like we can do even better. We got another gear to go up.
Multiple games yesterday inside of the top 6. Can you imagine going from, hey, I'm done with Fortnite, to a chance to win even more money, continue to build your legacy? And for someone like Chap, He's a youngin'. You know what I mean? He's still earning his stride, earning his respect, and he's doing it in such a good fashion. Their road through Major 3 to get that qualification spot and then showing up big in day 1. And now they got to lurk onto Sphinx, Muzz, and Shadow, waiting for the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Sphinx goes down. Reason, Chap, Savage, they're ready to start this fight. That's going to get cleaned up with ease, but instead of running away, they realize with a 3v2, it's now or never. They need the points if they want to climb that leaderboard.
Reason, Chap, and Savage, they're trying to be as quick as possible. They don't want to allow the opportunity for Muzz or Shadow to escape, but they're just not fast enough. Chap, Reason, Mr. Savage, they're going to have to be content with the body loot off of Sphinx alone. But Chap's still seeing if he can try and pull out a little bit more here. Good tag into Shadow's HP bar. They've got Muzz a little bit cornered, but Chap, Reason, Mr. Savage, this is all that they want. They're stuck just outside Edge's zone, and they know if they clear out Muzz and Shadow, they're going to have free rotation path with nobody left behind them.
See Reason, his instincts are to make plays happen. You don't want to be too ambitious, don't want to give them any room to put your team in a bad situation. This is Savage taking a big chunk of damage, and that will slow things down just a moment. And again, they did well to get the first. Of course, they want even more out of this. They know these guys are going to be weak. These guys are going to be on the back foot, so they'll continue to pressure, but let's not make any mistakes here, boys.
Yeah, they're out of zone. They're kind of thinking not too many teams even hear the noise, but get that away and Scarf, but they definitely do, and they're moving in. But Muzz goes down. Chap trying to finish this fight, and they do. So Savage takes down Shadow, but the third party is now making it hard for them to survive.
That's the way to do it. You saw Savage, Chap, both shotguns in hand, playing together, taking advantage of the man advantage, and now that puts them in a much more favorable position. Well played from Chap, Savage, and Reason.
Not the same story, though, for Clicks. Visuals brazen and diminished, since it didn't work out at Rangers Ruin. They're going to have to find that surge elsewhere. And unfortunately, it's only Clicks, last man standing from his team, and just being absolutely battered. There's no way he's going to be able to withstand the pressure of Braids. Visuals diminished, coming out on top.
Not every day you see teams carrying away that minigun just to melt through those builds. You're not going to be able to hold the box at all, but this is exactly how that fight started. A lurk play coming out of a minute. He dropped a mini shed on Higgs' head, and they went in and cleaned up that last elimination onto Clicks.
And you can see the frustration on Clicks' face when he went down. Such a frustrating way to get out of this game. And they'll have to hit the drawing board.
Malabuko walks being all it takes is a quick pan over, and M8 is going to send a surging roar through this arena. That has got to be such an amazing feeling, but saw a glimpse of Mustache just now, and this could be trouble brewing for both of these teams.
Yeah, and you know, Tackle, you'll know better than anyone else commentating over this trio this year. They're so good when it comes to momentum. They pick up that first win, they keep things rolling. This game will be a big sign of whether or not these guys are really here to play in this competition, whether it was a one-hit wonder. Especially
after that Game 7 win being in such a commanding fashion, too. But that's the gameplay that we were almost expecting to see in day one. But as long as they manage to capture that kind of performance in this secondary day, there might not be a point amplifier, but there's still plenty of opportunity to catch up on some positioning in the leaderboard.
Yeah, I'm always saying you got to leave no regrets behind when you play on such a big stage like this with a huge life-changing amount of money. And I think yesterday some teams may have played just a little bit too safe compared to how they played during the majors to qualify for this global championship. Being able to go back last night, VOD review, and really figure out what was going wrong. You're seeing a more aggressive pace coming out from some of these teams. Not exactly every step of the way, but when they get a key knock, when they get some good damage, they're now starting to play more and more aggressive, and most importantly so, more and more teams, just like Poyo, Agers, and Acorn that we see here, are willing to contest that high ground in the later portions of this game.
Gentlemates will certainly be happy to see Poyo back up and in the running, but you have to wonder, Levin, what does their surge actually look like? They seemed a bit desperate there, trying to find some additional surge trades with Agers, Acorn, and Poyo, but it's the backdrop pressure. iDrop catching Acorn completely off guard, but there's such a direct path that they have to take into zone. They can't sit outside any longer, and it's just making them too prone to being picked off in the process.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough game to fight your way back into. So many of our teams here just set up so well. Everything looking incredibly cozy for Dimash and picks right now. And they'll continue to pressure some of the teams looking to make their way on into that safe zone.
Just gotta let it sit and appreciate it after all. But Pollo, gentlemates, they can hear everything surrounding them. But Pollo, he's gonna look to try and close in on the surge base. Again, desperation factoring in, heavily 500 below. They've got to get damage online. They've got to do it ASAP before they find themselves being taken out of this lobby entirely. Pollo, Agers scrambling, but it's not enough. They can't stand tall. Cammy, Hardy, and iDrop now benefiting exclusively from those siphon materials.
Cammy could smell the desperation on those guys, and they capitalize. Unfortunately, it was always going to be an uphill battle for Pollo and his trio. That was a tough game, but there's still a couple more for them to get back in it. Cammy, though, now looking much better off after being able to pick up some of them cypher mats.
Yeah, and it was actually iDrop who got that initial knock and elimination onto Acorn, leaving them that far below the damage threshold. But now the zone pulling up over towards the north. This is a good zone for the majority of the lobby. There's not too many different elevation changes, especially drastic ones at bat. It's just as long as it doesn't pull towards the west. That's what the entire lobby has to be hoping for right now, including Pings, Walks, and Malibuca. From high ground, victory royale in that last game to low ground for now. But this is exactly kind of the same pace they were taking. It wasn't until zone 10, maybe even 9, that they actually went up for that high ground and held it for the rest of the game. But you're seeing some teams above the damage threshold with their eliminations, but 4 eliminations though, Benno, Vico, and Flixie, they're 178 below the damage threshold. They know they have their work cut out for them and get focused outside of the lobby, making it hard for them to find their way in without burning through these materials.
They've at least got an ample amount of mats though, so they're not too pressed just yet, but they're gonna have to start to kick things into overdrive because Vico, Flixie, Benno, they're still sitting underneath that damage threshold. They've got Oceana directly next to them. This is the first fight they can find. This is the first fight they're gonna take, and Anon immediately beamed, thrown back. That's all the damage that they needed, just barely pushing them above the threshold line.
Those are the fights that they strive for. Those are the fights that they are so effective in. We've seen it all year long. They'll find themselves in tough situations like that and create their way out of it.
511 damage here. Kanata, Bolts, and Rapid. They had a fantastic game number 1. Unfortunately, they weren't able to pick up that BR, like Kanata said, to start the day, but they're here again with another opportunity with Rapid and Bolts by his side. His IGL, his fragger, that's a lot of confidence that's continuing to brew in that trio. Same here for Pickstorm and Demons. I said underdogs to top dogs. Levin, this team is probably one of the biggest surprises in EU, right?
Yeah, these guys have been phenomenal. We've highlighted it so much. But this is another example of a game where they're playing at their own pace. Excellent timings. I know when we've spoken to Coach Sven, he's always talked about the preparation of these guys being so important. They understand how to play this lobby. And again, this looks like a game where we will probably see them in that top 5, top 4 towards the end.
Pixivania Marius, they want this. They're starting to get a little bit of posturing now. 8th zone, they're ready to maybe try and make that approach towards holding height, but it's still very early.
This is the Vanya Boo height game. Are we finally getting to see it here on land?
We finally got a chance here. 411 points. These are the ones that are essentially hot on the heels of that first place team. They're building out, looking for opportunities to reconnect. You see Marius focusing down that second height. It may not be an AR, but the damage is still there. But Flixie and Benno, they both go down. Vico still 59 below the damage threshold. He does have minis. He does have some big pop, even a med miss. But the miracle thing is that Storm Surge is going to turn off. It's going to reactivate later on in this game, but at least he knows where he stands.
But they were just constantly teeter-tottering for far too long on that surge threshold. Mr. Savage in a very similar position. He's just trying to get out of the low ground, but he won't get the chance. Chap falls directly after him, and that's going to be a little bit of open ground now for somebody else to try and roll through in this ultimate lower layers. But still, Swizzy, Mustache, Queasy, they are plotting for that height take.
Yeah, it's never a good sign when you see a team fighting on zone transition. You want to be ready to rotate. These guys are Queasy scouting out the rotate. Where can he find an angle to use that crash pad? Gonna have to create more space to do it.
That one's going to be easy. Gets to the other side with ease. He's not even distracted by the other players in his path. He knows, get to the front side of zone, control the pace, control the tempo, worry about it later. And there's very few players next to him on that side. Cammy, iDrop, Hottie going to be one of them. But on the high ground, there's not been very many teams that can contest them. Pixie, Marius, Vanya, this could be their chance to get that VR. And they get another elimination on the pump. Can they clean it up, though?
I like this from Vico, though. Still just out of sight, out of mind. But he might be able to make a huge play if he can find another elimination. Said no, Vico jumped on first. That's going to be the dream ending here in Game 8 for Veno's team. But Alex resigns. They've just got a little bit more time, a little bit of an extension here. They're going to take the crash pad front side zone, but lower layers have already established themselves. They've got to be careful of not getting chopped out.
Pixie, Garm, Demas, waiting till the last second, crash pad into the front side of zone. Swizzy, Mustache, Weezy, they have the materials. They did not play for the high ground. They're okay being down low in the dirt. They know they're the most dangerous team at this event, especially if you run into them. Kanata bolts, rapid, scrambling around, trying to heal up. The splash is coming out, but that's the last of the white heals that Kanata has in his inventory. Up above, there's a team trying to put pressure down. You see them scrambling and forcing them to split up momentarily.
The respect, though, from Queasy to still make the commitment towards the low ground. Meanwhile, Bolts, Kanata, Rapid, just doing everything they can to try and keep themselves up and in the running here. But iDrop, Cammy, they're still looking to break through. They recognize there's an opportunity here. There's a team that might be weak, but they're shooting into a box that nobody's even inside.
Those put into the south, they got lots to figure out. Swizzy, Queasy now as a duo. We've seen them dominate from the skies, but how good can you guys take it? Swizzy wants it, looks to chop. Pixie, Marius, Vanya, they've held on well for now, but this is the hard part. Can they continue to hold on as the 11th zone ends?
See the double pump coming out from Marius. That's not going to deal a ton of damage or even pressure. Marius is dropping down along with Pixie, staying to the backside of zone. They're making sure nobody can flank him as Bolts takes down Cammy. He is a solo champion on land before, and third parties is looking to have a masterclass performance here. 600 points. Swizzy is just trying to keep them going across that finish line, scrambling in and outside of the zone. The slurp juice just a little too late.
He just can't do it. Storm sickness coming into effect. They spent so much time outside of the zone, but now Watts trouble on the high ground here for Vanya. Boo Boo. Watts still trying to see if he can commandeer it for himself. Gonna have to use the Flowberry Fizz. Probably only a matter of seconds before he might get chopped down or force the drop and enter the fight down below. Panzer, Seti, and Yapko, though, 11, they're so healthy.
Yapko, they're looking strong, but can they close it out on the low ground? Demas will fall. And so now, Seti, Panzer, Yapko looking to remind the rest of the competition that they are in it for the win. Watts has no more HP to hold on. The tree will be the only thing stopping it. They just need to connect with the final shot, and the Storm will do the job. They are the favorites, but right now in Lyon, you must give them respect. They win game number 7.
Seti, Yapko, and Panzer. I started the day saying just a few big games away from that top spot. Frankie, they're just a few games away.
On your feet, boys, on your feet. Seti, it felt like it was just a matter of time before you got your victory royale of the 2025 Fortnite Global Championships. How did you manage to do it from the low ground?
I mean, I just have the best teammates and we have very good chemistry, so it just works.
But the chemistry has come so quickly for you guys. Yapko, coming back, we talked about it earlier, from North America to Europe. Why do you think Europe is so successful here in Lyon?
I don't know, we're just crazy.
You are crazy, absolutely.
Incroyable, mesdames et messieurs. Félicitations, congratulations for this first victory royal. This victory is the beginning of a lot of victory, do you think? Do you think you will have more victory now that you started?
Yeah, I think so.
So, how will you manage to have more victories now and to keep going on this?
I mean, we've just maybe found the secret right now, so we're just gonna keep trying the same thing and gonna see how it works.
Seti, I think you're enjoying this crowd.
Yeah, I love them. It's like a love-hate relationship, no?
But I think I'm going to leave you to enjoy them a little more because we need to take a break. We'll be back with game number 9.
get scared? Do you feel lost? I can smell fear. I've been there before, but you made it through the storm again. You did it on your own again. Goosebumps in your skin. Do you feel what I feel? I'm waiting on you to notice that you got what you wanted. We don't got time to cry right now. Only got time to focus. 2 hits on a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave them faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate it. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. Better watch your back, cause we aiming at your head. I don't need a pick me up and I don't need a rest. Knock down, top down, hit him in his leg. Pull up with the trio and my eyes all red. Like 2, 3 of us can't compete with us. Everybody screaming like they get it. Believe in us, believe in us, believe in us, believe in us. 2 hits on a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave them faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate it. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. Do you get scared? Do you feel lost? I can smell fear. I've been there before. You made it through the storm again. You did it on your own again. Goosebumps in your skin. Do you feel what I feel? I'm waiting on you.
Welcome back to the Fortnite Global Championship. Oh man, we've seen it. It happened. Seti gets a victory royale in LAN. Unfortunately, the crowd, they boot Seti. They don't know him. They don't respect him like that. And they probably should. But still, for Seti and his trio, this is big, right? This is momentum, Kelly.
I mean, this is huge. And honestly, I think all 3 of these players deserve all the respect. Panzer coming in here, never being in a LAN position, and now coming out on top. But really what I want to talk about, Levin, watching this team, zone 9, dead side rotate. Look at the congested side on the western side of that zone. Everyone was over there, and they just kind of snuffed by on that dead side. And when you see a dead side rotation, that's usually earlier on in the game. But they did it zone 9, and they did it so cleanly, and they kind of avoided all the other aggression on the low ground, which allowed them to make it to the end game.
And I mean, those are the type of rotations that, you know, Seti has been synonymous with in his career, right? He's always been able to execute those, especially in late game scenarios. I think the big thing with this team is, again, they had such a strong start yesterday. A lot of people sort of would have looked at them and gone, are they going to keep it going again today, right? Can they really get a foothold in this competition? Seti showing right here, he's here to stay. He won't let that crowd affect him. And that's going to be a big game for them in the standings. You see them now securing a position in 3rd place.
Man, they are moving up, dude. But guys, look, yeah, I mean, 438 points. If that was all, you know, that was the talk, it would be fine. But when we look at the top, Queasy, Murstache, Swizzy, 606 points. It doesn't matter what situation they're in, right? They don't need to be winning the game as long as they kind of hold on to that lead, right? Keep buffering that as long as possible. Kelly, eventually that game is going to show up, and they're going to win that game, and then that's it. GG, everybody else.
It's just so hard to really do anything to this trio when you look at their early and mid game and just how solid of a strategy they have. Obviously, the early game is just clean for them. They have no issues rotating into that bunker, making sure that they're getting those heals in that metal. They're able to take these early engagements, and they just use their metal builds because they know in the bunker they're going to be able to replenish all of that, and even in a surplus, and then they rotate over. This was the first time, though, that I really saw them kind of controlling the front low ground of zone. And even in that position, when they didn't have what they needed for high ground, you see them. They're still picking up. They're still looking at high ground, potentially as a duo to steal it. Nothing can slow this duo down.
I mean, look, they're always going to give it a scout. You know, you always got to give it a look. And I mean, look, think about it. If they're not up there, they got to be thinking whoever's up there is not as good as us, right? We're the best. So if we're not up there, maybe there's a chance for us. I mean, look, these guys, again, we've just been banging on about how good they are, but they continue to show us how dynamic they are as a trio.
That's right, man. I want to take a look more at these standings. Whoop! Just kidding. You heard it. Game is ready. We're jumping back into all of the action. Let's go.
Just when it looked like teams would get a chance to catch up, they have another phenomenal game. Even without wins, it's looking like teams aren't able to slow down the masterclass performance of Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstache. It's almost going to take somebody or a full trio or more to take matters into their own hands.
We've still seen a little bit more of a stumble, though, from Queasy's trio in terms of managing those end-game instances, and Storm Sickness has definitely played a heavy part into how they're able to manage some of these moving zones. But right now, we got to worry about what's happening with Prodoxy. Jason, Atrice is going to be the first one knocked. Prodoxy knows, though, he can't afford to let up the pressure anytime soon, but he can't get close either. He doesn't have a shotgun. He's only got this hammer assault rifle to work with. Pablo, Chino, Prodoxy, though, because of that initial knock and elimination, they're going to have the advantage here. Pablo can't get overhead. Jason and Chicho are scrambling. Chicho with an excellent shot, delivering straight damage towards Pablo, but it's only Jason left to try and fend for himself, and the swarm is coming after him. Everything crumbling at his feet.
3v1 situation. Almost even more than that, with the bugs taking him down as well. Tayson's gonna fall, and another off-spawn victory for Fordoxy, Chino, and Pablo. We talked about this being the team right here that will try to win it all and take matters into their own hands. But the drop spot roulette is not just for one team. Veno, Flixie, and Vico, they've had enough of Canyons Crossing. They go toward the north side of the map. Balor, Adapter, Mansoor, they're the ones now getting surprise contested.
The issue for Veno, Vico, and Flixie as they find that last elimination onto Balor is that they know it's just not worth dealing with the delays of being contested at Canyons Crossing. They'd rather stake their bets elsewhere, and I like the idea to pivot. They have a very realistic chance of taking over the top three if they're able to actually play through their own strategies. But Pixie, Marius, and Vanya, every time they're on the screen, you almost anticipate that the Vanya boo-boo's gonna follow shortly after. Marius, just what a supportive teammate, tossing medkits their way, making sure that everybody has ample white heals to play tag off Surge.
Yeah, essentially consolidating all of those extra heals into one spot. Flixie, Amzo, Higgs, and even though Supernova Academy uncontested, they're sticking to the plan. They practice up until this point. They land over towards those RVs. They get some chests, but most importantly, it's how quick and fast you can kind of max out your brick material. And then they go right back on over to Supernova, where this time it's a little bit of a hot drop. Extra loot over there, but Epic, Paper, Victor B, that just wasn't a one-game wonder. They're going again at Cammy and iDrop. Hottie's already out, and that gives them a huge advantage. A momentum shift, confidence at an all-time high, as Victor V looking to go toe-to-toe with Cammy there on the other side, fighting for pieces, knowing he has his teammates behind him. He's ready to go all in.
Ever since Victor V was able to shut down Peterbot in the first lobby of yesterday, Jacob, it seems like he's been playing with an all-new level of confidence, and that's the most lethal kind of confidence a player could possibly have. Victor V still looking to close in onto Cammy and iDrop, barreling at the walls here, and Paper directly underneath. pressure, and there's nowhere to run. That is until Pump possibly decides to enter the exchange. Directly overhead, Victor V closes off the back wall though, but he's scrambling. The fragger is down. It's all up to Epic Whale and Paper to recover this.
The aggressive nature coming out of Pump. He's the one that locks in and gets a lot of the damage and eliminations. He was the one that won Major 3, forcing that spot to roll down to Victor V, Epic, and Paper. But at least 2 of them are still alive. The IGL, the 6-time FNCS champion. And with iDrop, Hadi, and Cammy rotating out of this, they have a chance here. It might not be a massive one, but a chance to survive, get Victor V back into the game. But you can see on the minimap, the zone is kind of telling. It might kind of center up this game instead of leaning one side to the next, but it's all about that north or south pole where these teams are going to have to rotate quicker than ever.
Different scenes for Chino, for Doxy, and Pablo. Ever since they won that initial battle at Rangers Ruin, had full control of the swarm. Now they're getting the priority access and double the trouble. Gonna enter the conversation.
I feel like that was best case scenario in terms of exotics, considering their playstyle. Yeah, Slapberry Fizz could be good, extra heals. Yeah, a Wrecker Revolver, the exotic could be good. But the way these guys fight, 2 different one-pump shotguns could possibly change the game, especially since they ended yesterday with a win and 19 eliminations. They're trying to channel that. Arc continues to take the fight towards the north side of the map. Goofy, Vortex, and Mountain, they're the ones they had enough of throughout the day. And Arc, yeah,
they're scrappy, and that's the big thing here, is that Arc Southco School, they realize Vortex, Mountain, and Goofy are just farming Surge off of Queasy from a distance. So we're gonna take the battle to them. We don't wanna waste any more time as issues continue to pile up elsewhere. Epic Whale might have just met his demise at the hands of Cold. So tells me that Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, they're still on the move. They're still looking at third party, any instances they can get their hands on. But Southco, Arc School, first they've got to deal with Oceania. And the longer this draws out, Jacob, the worse it is for both of them.
Yeah, when they won their major championship in Major 2, it was through aggression. It was through running down teams, forcing them back to the lobby, whether they liked it or not. They're trying to channel that here, but it's just not that easy because every one of these teams, regardless of the region, are one of the best teams in the world, which is how they qualified to this stage. Goofy, Vortex, and Mountain, they're just not going to roll over. They're going to fight with every fiber of their being. But Vortex takes a good shot. Shield goes out the window. Arc continues to pressure on that other side. Salco's there to back him up. Goofy just kind of gets tricked a little bit. Damage continues to pour in. Salco and Arc are feeling more and more confident with each second passes in this fight. But Arc might have bit off just a little bit more than he can chew. 40 HP are left is all he has left.
A little bit of over-aggression possibly spilling through there from Arc, and that's going to give Mountain, Goofy, and Vortex much more priority inside of the box fight, but teams are continuing to collapse around the map. Pico, Veno, Flixie also looking to establish a little bit of a surge strategy. It comes as no real surprise that some teams are still looking to just trade knocks from their surge-based positions, but again, when teams are caught up in these close encounters, they don't have any other choice but to fight their way through. And that's exactly what School, Arc, and Southco are looking for, but they need to have commitment. Vortex, Mountain, and Goofy just continue to delay. It is a worst-case scenario for both of these teams.
From the off-spawn fight, taking down Tayson, they're now putting their aggression on the Agers, Acorn, and Pollo. They got that first elimination already on the IGL, leaving Agers and Pollo on the back foot. And it's not only that team they have to worry about. If you look at the minimap, the north, the south, even the east has third-party potential written all over it. Pollo's taking a lot of that pressure, and this is exactly what I warned you about. When you have that one-pump potential, they're immediately going to put it to use. Down goes Pollo. For Doxy, Pablo, and Chino are looking to take over Game 9.
It's less about the one-pump potential for me, Jacob. It's more if you see Ferdoxy, Pablo, and Chino win that off-spawn as quickly as they did, you never know where they're going to come from. These guys are experts at executing the roam strategy and finding their surge through sheer elimination, firepower, and Agers left to pull back to Demon's debris. But this is like starting from square one. 2 builds. We can see a little bit of where things went south here. Checking back in with Ferdoxy, finding that initial knock. leading into the elimination onto Pollo. It's just disastrous right now for Acorn.
Not just them, though. No Savage. He was knocked. Chapter trying to get back into it, but he's going to fall as well. Him and Reason just go down to Snowy and Saad. Ryu, he was eliminated early on, but they have to watch out. The third party's now looking to crash. They know, they heard it. That's Reed Cooper and Curly trying to make up for lost time. They were able to get the revive off, but saw just a sliver of HP, looking for survival. The launch pad comes out, so they have to abandon ship. Cooper sees it into the sky. This is his only chance. They cannot let him survive because they need the points. They need the surge, and they're going to grab it all.
Curly and Cooper, just the perfect tag team to nail those players. The moment that they try to escape, third parties are just so vicious, and it's crazy to think, Jacob, at how much action is really taking place inside of the storm.
Oh no, I saw what happened in the feed, but now we get to see it here. Blixie down. Vico's trying to fight back to get the elimination onto Tay-Tay. Rido's essentially going to be by himself, and you see him lurking around. Benno just runs into the brick wall. Rido is there. Oh my God! Back to back!
I'm speechless! I can't believe we just witnessed that! Benno and Vico have Raito in their sights, and yet, somehow, some way, they're the ones that are sitting waiting for the battle bus to take off in the next lobby. Iyamzo, Clicks, and Higgs drawing us back into Supernova Academy. But Jacob, this is preposterous what is taking place.
I feel like all three majors was kind of like leaning towards one thing. A lot of these towers, the surge, the trading shots. But when you come to the global championship and things don't work out, you have to adapt. And you're really seeing a lot of these teams adapting at its finest. Marius, Vanya, Pixie from the OXR HQ. This is exactly what you're talking about. Consolidating the heals early on in the game. 3 med kits in the inventory. Extra med miss. So now, even though they have to rotate on out, they're as healthy as can be. The Flowberry Fizz and that launch pad means they can cover almost 8,000 meters across the map before they have to land.
It's all about just trying to stay out of that render distance. They don't want to be scouted out as they're soaring in off these rotations. But Pix, Darm, Demas just continue to impress. You would never believe that this is their first ever LAN experience. They have played with so much confidence throughout the entirety of this weekend. It almost feels inevitable before they find their victory royale.
See, Darm clutched 60 points as a solo, the most of any other player. Taco, we have 8-time champions. We have 7-time champions. We have 6-time champions. We have some of the best players in the world, but it's Darm, the new kid on the block, that's really putting on a show here for his team. If they can continue this pressure, you know, I think that something can happen here when the score is over at the end of the day. Only time will tell. Non-Resign and Alex, they haven't moved away from their drop spot too yet. The zone has kind of helped them out, but now they're going to get a farther pull than they've ever faced so far. And the only big question, seeing nobody else really around them, is how much surge do they have?
Now at least have that Rift Pod incoming, a little bit more resources, a little bit more utility that they can possibly utilize. But heading towards the top of this mountain range, Anon bound to have spotted out those players a bit further east from where they're located. So you have to anticipate that there's going to be a team possibly looking to set up a crouch sneak play. You can never be too careful. You got to check every single corner in day 2.
Kanata Rapid Bolts rotating on over, trying to get as close to the center of the zone as possible, give themselves a little bit of elevation to work with. Not too much. They don't want to be kind of the focus of the lobby overall. Seti Yapko Panzer, same thing for them. They already got their mountaintop. Just at the edge of the zone, though. Seti's using that bush to his advantage, not even a full box.
If you don't respect the player, you've got to respect the gameplay. Maybe Seti can win over this French audience. Maybe he can be an honorary, nominee for somebody to cheer for here, because they've really been playing lights out this weekend, Jacob. They deserve a little bit of credit for what they've been able to put up. But right now, it's all about Adon, Alex, and Resigns trying to shut down Seti, Panzer, and Yapko, they don't want to allow him to find any sort of rhythm.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, though, because you saw that stat, Yapko, with 2 different versions of the AR. He has the most damage in the lobby, making sure that they can play these games out with flexibility. They can play these games out with space and positioning because he is making sure they are almost always above that Storm Surge threshold. And it comes from positioning like this. Remember, Taco, they land at the Kappa factory all the way towards the east, so they're making their rotations a huge focal point of their game plan. As we jump on board, Clicks, Higgs, and Iyamso still rotating in from the north side of the map. They're being trailed by King Phaser and PHN, which is not a comfortable feeling because King Phaser and PHN love to fight.
And it's not only that, but look at how much material they've been having to burn on their way in. Not only that, but they're also just announcing to everybody else inside of zone already that's looking back, oh, there's walls going up. Oh, there's definitely at least one team approaching us from the flank, so they don't even have a chance to try and even posture more towards the inner section of that edge of zone. And Phaser, King, PHN, that is the last team well behind me because for the reasons you just mentioned, Jacob, they love to fight.
And they do so as a full trio. So it's almost like a hope for Clix, Iyamso, and Higgs or any other team positioned nearby that they're above the damage threshold because that's one less aggressive team that you do have to worry about. But you're seeing when it comes to our top 10, 2 more teams have went down. Still got Malibuca's team alive, 332 points. He's only 2 points down from 8th. 2 more points after that for 7th. A little bit more of a run to get into the top 6, but with that player and team already down, it's a realistic chance. Uncontested has proved to be fruitful, but oh my gosh, the Daxter strikes somehow, some way. Panzer, Yapko, they're both down. Seti, the invitational champion, has to figure out a way to fight back, but that trade's on the other side. Visual diminished. They have to be nearby, and especially now more and more teams are closing in on the distance. Seti has to figure it out, and he gets denied.
There's just nowhere left for Seti to run, and France is going crazy. Watching Seti be eliminated, but the action isn't done just yet. Anon resigns. Alex still overhead. Underneath, Buyuriru and Wixie, they're trying to prevent Braves, Visuals, and the Minish from actually leaving this territory. But for how long can they actually stop them? The moment that they move out of here, Visuals bound to take notice. He's immediately trying to apply a little bit of additional damage, maybe get some good shots up, but revisiting what was going down with Blitz, Iyamso, and Higgs, they're actually going to be the ones to get the jump onto Asia. Brazo a little bit too isolated, and that's going to be an immediate knock into the elimination.
Yeah, Brazo got frazzled by Clix, Iyamso, and Higgs, but they're not giving up, and this is a change-up with another knock. Elimination going over to Iyamso. It all comes at a cost because Clix goes down. Higgs is trying to stay alive, and he does just that. Iyamso helping save the day, and that's the big part from this team. Because remember, there was a moment yesterday. They got a knock. They got an elimination onto Kanata. Higgs wanted to push over. He wanted to fight that fight 3v2. The rest of the team said, nah, 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 let's rotate in. These guys have come for a comeback.
But Pablo, he's last man standing. Paper, still looking to see if he can find him, and Victor V right next to him. Pablo so deeply tucked away into a corner, but he doesn't have a whole lot of options to escape here. Immediately charges in, but Paper, what a shot! He's going to be put down into the dirt. Victor V is going to be able to revive him. A nice clutch by their fragger, but that was still insanity.
I love how they're willing to fight the best of the best in the entire world, and that's Victor V's legacy. If y'all remember way, way back when Arkham was even still playing, Coney Crossroads, Victor V said, this is my drop. I don't care how many championships you have, Epic. I don't know how many championships you have, Arkham. You're going to have to go through me. And it's full circle. Now they're on the same team, and that confidence for Victor V is at an all-time high.
This is a much more familiar sight, though, for Swizzy, Queasy, and Merstash. Arguably their best loadouts at this point of the lobby so far here today. And Merstash, Swizzy, Queasy definitely still being very conscious of what surrounds them. School Arc and Salva not too far behind, but Iyamso and Clix, they're forcing their way into these edges of zones, and they just don't have anything to work with. The last of their materials being expended. Iyamso even opting to try and fall further back, hoping that the Medmis can buy him enough time, but Pump, Baka, Pars, they're already in zone, Jacob. They'll hold this for as long as they want.
Yeah, and since they're already positioned in zone, like you said, it makes it an easy decision for Pars to kind of go by himself. He knows his teammates are watching his back to try to get that loot as fast as possible. Yamzo knows they're closing in on the distance. He's trying to use his crash pads to escape. But you cannot escape NA West as they take down Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo, and their struggles continue.
Just asking for way too much for Yamzo to wiggle his way out of that one. Even if it hadn't been Baka, Pars, and Pumped, you could see there's still several other teams in the area that were bound to lobby focus that solo the moment that they spotted him out. Malabuka walks ping though. Looking to get a little bit more active here, trying to funnel teams around them. They want to see if they can make a play just to switch slightly higher up onto the elevation, utilize some of this natural map terrain, but they're still holding teams back. They don't want anybody rotating through them. Malabuka keeping a heavy eye out.
Coucou ma chérie, comment tu vas mon doudou d'amour? Ça va mon doudou?
Got a little bit more time. It's the calm before the storm.
I think that's a little bit of an understatement. The way
Tu me manques énormément ma chérie, je te jure.
Especially today, where more and more teams are
Tu
realizing
me
the
manques de
position
ouf mon
that
cœur.
they are in on that leaderboard. They
Tu sais que
realize
je suis
one of
triste.
the only ways to go back, come back, is actually contesting that high
Je suis
ground,
triste,
making sure
je suis
Mustache, Quizzy, and Swizzy don't continue to run away with the tournament. I mean, they're doing the same thing. Him and Braves getting active early on. They get another elimination on the mid team. As the arms just continue looking around, every team that crash pads to the zone, they're at least landing 1, 2,
Je suis
3
triste mon
crucial shots.
doudou.
Which is where you see the difference right there from Coyote, Yuma, and Raise.
Comment on fait pour parler? Mais chérie, tu peux pas parler. Tu peux parler que dans le chat, chérie. Tu peux pas parler en appel, bébé. Et là, comment que je peux parler, bébé? Mais toi, tu peux parler que dans le chat. Ou faut que tu m'appelles, chérie. Faut que tu m'appelles, bébé. Ou tu m'appelles à 9h, chérie. Ou tu m'appelleras à 9h.
It's not just Surge, it's active Surge on top of that. Alex and Amazon trying to rotate away. They get some shots, but they're still 160 below. Every 7 or so seconds, 25 damage pours out, and you don't get.
Tu sais que c'est à Lyon, bébé, ça? Fortnite, ils sont à Lyon, là, chérie. C'est à Lyon, ça.
Malabuka has no choice. 128 below the damage threshold. Queasy down. Swizzy, a sliver of HP. It's all up to Mustache.
C'est à Lyon, mon doudou. Là, ils sont tous à Lyon.
In first place, Malabuka walks ping, still underneath that surge threshold. They're trying, they're so desperate. Everybody around them knows it too. They're not trying to allow the opportunity to let these guys break through their builds. But Mustache is a solo. What more could you possibly do? He's still buying points. He just needs players to fall around him.
I feel like if anybody could start to make this clutch happen, it's him. They are above the damage threshold, but no Queasy. No
Baby, mon baby.
Baby boom. Vanya and Marius. Last time we see them on this high ground, they weren't able to convert. But this is a second chance for them. And this is a big chance because we're still into the top 15. They have no eliminations for Swizzy, Queasy. They only have 2
je suis fatigué. En fait, j'ai pas dormi aussi pendant toute la nuit. Et j'arrive pas en ce moment de dormir. J'arrive pas de dormir. Et oui. Tu m'appelles à 9h, chérie. On s'appelle à 9h, bébé. On s'appelle à 9h. Les gars, tout le monde. Moi aussi, je suis fatigué. Pareil, fatigué aussi. Mais moi, j'ai pas dormi, chérie. Toi, t'as dormi, toi. Moi, non. Moi, je suis en nuit blanche, bébé. Moi, j'ai pas dormi pendant toute la nuit. Toi, t'as dormi, chérie. Toi, t'as dormi, chérie, déjà. Mais moi, j'ai pas dormi toi, pendant toute la nuit, chérie. Et que toi aussi. Mais moi, non. Désolé, depuis tout à l'heure, je baille. Mais moi, j'ai dormi. Moi, j'ai pas dormi, chérie. Mais tu m'appelles à 9h, Bobo. Hein, chérie, tu m'appelles à 9h. Tu m'appelles à 9h, mon chaton. Gris, chérie, gris. Chérie.
Opportunity after opportunity, Marius, Pixie, and Vanya could go all the way. Without Acorn or Queasy in the lobby, we knew Height was probably going to get Vanya instead. But darn, Demas, Pix, they refuse to give it up. They're still looking to bring.
Moi aussi, j'aimerais faire une chaîne YouTube. Mais bébé, après, tu peux faire avec moi la chaîne YouTube, hein, chérie. Hein. Une chaîne YouTube, bébé, faut avoir une console, bébé. Après, ça dépend ce que tu veux faire sur YouTube, bébé. Hein. Ça dépend ce que tu veux faire sur YouTube, bébé. Tu veux faire quoi sur YouTube, mon cœur? Ça dépend ce que tu veux faire sur YouTube, bébé.
Pix, Darm, and Demas, the underdogs, are looking to take it all because they might be one of the only trios left in this lobby, but I spoke too soon. Darm goes down. They have to get the revive. They're the only team on the low.
Bah après tu peux, chérie, hein. Ça c'est ta chaîne YouTube, tu peux, hein. Tu te filmes. Tu te filmes, chérie, comme ça tu postes sur YouTube, bébé, tu peux faire. Tu peux faire ça, chérie. Hein. Tu peux faire avec ton portable, bébé, hein.
Swizzy and Mustache going down early. That shoots them straight up that leaderboard. They look like they have been here for years. Frankie, we need to know their secret.
Comment on fait? Mais c'est facile, bébé. Tu te prends en vidéo, en même temps que tu chantes. Après, tu vas dans partage. Après, tu vas, c'est marqué YouTube. Tu cliques sur YouTube et voilà, c'est tout. Et après, tu postes le chant que tu veux faire, chérie. Je te ferai montrer, ok, chérie. Je te ferai montrer ce week-end, ok, bébé. Ce week-end-là, je te ferai montrer, mon cœur.
And tell me how you've worked on your game through the year, because when we first saw you competing in Major 1 as a trio, you were so aggressive, and now you know how to not over-aggress, you know how to play the game right through to its end. What have you learned along the way?
I mean, we worked with our coach Sven, so like we learned a lot and what to do and what to not do.
But he's taught you very well.
Je te ferai montrer ce week-end, mon cœur.
Huge question, but just before.
Je t'aime,
Je crois que Avoc a beaucoup de fans ici, faites du bruit! Pix, you have a lot of fans there. Do you have a word for them?
I love you all. Thank you for the support.
Merci beaucoup pour le soutien, ils vous adorent. Faites encore du bruit pour le trio.
Mais après, les paroles, tu peux les mettre sur la télé, chérie. Moi, je te filme en même temps que tu chantes. Et comme ça, sur la télé, chérie, bah, tu mets des paroles.
We played the game actually like
Bah oui, bébé. Sur ta télé, bébé, t'as une chaîne YouTube sur ta chaîne sur ta télé, bébé.
Do you think you can win the next game too?
We see in 20 minutes, no?
We will see. You're going to have a bit of a break and a well-deserved one. Please, Leon, Habit fans, show your appreciation. Pick Starman Davis! We have to take a bit of a break, but don't go anywhere because in a few minutes we're going to assess what we've seen so far.
Mais moi, sinon, j'ai Fortnite, j'ai pas YouTube. Ah bon, chérie, t'as Fortnite? Comment ça, t'as Fortnite, bébé? Comment ça? Mais comment ça, t'as Fortnite? Viens jouer avec moi. Viens, chérie. Viens, ajoute-moi en remise 42, bébé. Bah, ajoute-moi en remise 42, bébé. Comme ça, tu joues avec moi. Attends, il est quelle heure, chérie? Ah, il va être 19h. Moi, je vais bientôt aller manger. Mathieu, t'as plus de batterie. Eh ben, charge-le, bébé. Charge-le, charge-le. Elle est trop belle, cette musique. Bébé, t'aimes bien cette musique? Est-ce que t'aimes bien cette musique ou pas, chérie? Je t'aime, mon amour. Je t'aime, mon bébé. Donc tu vois, charge ta Twitch, bébé. Tu peux la charger, hein.
Do you get scared? Do you feel lost? I can smell fear. I've been there before. But you made it through the storm again. You did it on your own again. Goosebumps in your skin. Do you feel what I feel? I'm waiting on you to know.
Fortnite fam, this game could not be crazier. Picks Demas
Je t'aime, mon bébé. Bébé, je vais bientôt. Bon, je sais pas si t'es encore sur le chat, chérie. Chérie, si t'es encore sur le chat, moi je vais bientôt aller manger. Hein.
It is getting more and more chaotic.
Je vais bientôt aller
Kelly,
manger,
I
mon
cannot
bébé.
believe with only 3 games left to go. It feels like in some ways we just started the competition, and in some ways I wish we could just start over so we didn't have to. This is game 12, then start over game 12. Like just keep doing that. I don't want this to end.
Well, speaking of starting over, I want to start over from day number 1. Actually, the third game of that day, we saw Pick Storm and Demas in a very similar position. They were front low zone or low
Oui,
ground,
je suis
making
là.
sure that they're kind of taking some peeks.
Je regarde mon bébé. T'aimes bien, chérie? Ça, c'est les compétitions, c'est à Lyon. C'est les championnats de 2025 de Fortnite.
Understand what they need to do to take down the high ground team and then come out on top. That's what I love to see.
I love watching these guys play Fortnite. You know, and I can say that for a lot of the
Moi, je
teams
sais
in
pas
the
ce que je
lobby.
vais
But
manger.
these three
Ben moi, je sais pas ce que je vais manger
they
aussi,
just
je
have
vais
a
voir.
poise about their game. right? They don't
Je vais
play like
voir,
a lot
je vais
of the
voir.
other top teams who have been, you know,
Mais là, je
fighting
vais
at the
tout
top of the
manger, là.
leaderboard play. These aren't a team that are uber
Mais
alive
on
on
s'appelle
play
à 9h
ladder,
comme
but when
d'habitude,
they are on
chérie.
those mid and low layers, they are so devastating.
On s'appelle à
You don't want to be
9h.
caught anywhere near them because Deemish might hit you with a shot like that. Hicks might be waiting around the corner with a big one pump in hand. You know, Dharm is always going to have something cooking. They are just so threatening on all fronts.
To do this against such huge names like Phaser and all these other top trios that have had LAN experience for so long, and this is their first LAN, I would never in a million years be able to guess that they would be able to handle the pressure like they are doing today.
That is so well
Je
executed from them.
t'aime,
And I'm sure, like,
mon
you gotta
doudou.
think in that moment,
Tu
they
me
just
manques,
gotta
ma
feel
chérie.
over the moon, right? To have that moment, guys. We not only showed up and made it to land, we got a victory royale in land. The crowd was behind us. Incredible stuff. Up a placement now, 498 points. They're top 3, Levin.
There's 3 games left of the Global Championship, and these 3 who are playing in their first ever Global Championship sit in third. Like, that's insane. Like, for them to even be able to keep their composure, if they literally just stopped playing from here on out, it would be a successful tournament for these guys, right?
Mon
But there's more to come. They're
baby.
going to keep fighting until the end.
Dude, it's so sick. Okay, we're gonna go back to those standings in just a moment. First, just a reminder, we're at the halfway point, which means we've let our players out. We've kind of given them some time to calm down, collect themselves, prepare for the last half of today, and then we'll get back into all the action. As we turn attention back to the standings, dude, these numbers are getting smaller and smaller, right? This is going to start coming down to the wire. I also wanted to note, you know, Kanata, Rapid, Bolts, not a big deal, but moving up a place, that's right, NA. We're getting closer to the top.
Well, if we're talking about closer to the top, though, I gotta look at Vanya, Marius, and Pixie. The last hope to make this a close competition against Queasy, Mustache, and Swizzy. And honestly, if anyone can do it, it is this trio right here, holding down at OXR, but making sure that any opportunity they can get on height, they're gonna take that away from Queasy.
I'm very excited because these 2 teams have been involved throughout the year in EU of writing the story of FNCS majors, and I trust these 2 to write a good ending here today. Queasy's trio didn't have the best of games. They're going into the halftime show. It was a great opportunity for Pixie, Marius, and Vanya to start to close the gap. And although I think you could say they did a great job of taking that opportunity, there was more they could have definitely got out of that game that they'll look back on maybe in regret moving forward.
I do appreciate, though, you can see that those mats are getting low. They understand that there's still a lot of viable teams in the low ground there, so they probably shouldn't be able to hold an extreme height like we've seen other trios do. So they drop down, try and get as many refreshes as they can. Unfortunately, didn't go exactly their favor, but still, I appreciate that effort.
And the thing I loved, right, is obviously all the players came off the stage. Vanya walked past, still looking cool, calm, collected. He gave me a little cheeky smile. He's like, Evan, we're coming. That first place slot, it's not safe just yet, Queasy.
Oh, man. Well, you brought him up. We might as well talk about him, right? Queasy still in that #1 spot, at least for now, right? Continuing to hold on. You know, again, I kind of talked about this earlier, about a game or 2 ago, but the fact that we haven't seen them have that game yet today, right? Today it's kind of just, hey, let's just kind of hold on, let's just stay the course, let's just make sure we're kind of trying to min-max as much as we can with what we have. But Kelly, I feel like that game is coming, right?
It's so funny because, you know, we're like, oh, this day, it's not going that well for them, but they're still making it to every single end game. And even when Mustache was down as a solo player, he was playing so smart, making sure that he was staying in the back of zone, making sure that he was staying in the mid ground to not deal with all that aggression going on in the low ground. Even when things aren't going well for them, they're still playing so smart.
I agree. I think this is going to be an interesting sort of finish for them. Yesterday, I sort of described a lot of their games as looking very easy, right? It felt like they were playing an easy game. Didn't look like there was much challenge at all. Today, the games look tough. Like, it looks like they're playing at the Global Championships now, right? And we'll see how they adjust to that. I don't necessarily even think that we will see a game like yesterday from them, but like Kelly highlighted, they're still having good games, good enough games to keep your lead if you can stay as a trio.
Yeah, it's almost like, obviously, this is us being, me specifically being hypercritical, right? Again, we watched 3 games, 3 VRs back to back, and I'm being like, I want that again, but it's like, no, you guys are right. They're having great games. I just want to see another Victory Royale. You know we're going to come back to them. It's Kanata, it's Rapid, it's Bolts moving up. And again, if we just look from like 4th up to 2nd place, right, the point differential isn't that crazy. Kanata, he won game 1 yesterday, right? We've seen it happen. So I think as long as they can continue to kind of pull that consistency up a little bit, maybe we see a VR from them, maybe we see them slowly continue to rise up the standings.
I mean, Kanata, Bolt, Rabbit, they're just playing the games that they understand. They're playing a little bit passively. They're playing with the minigun. They're kind of just spraying out players and kind of hoping that something works out in their favor. But unfortunately, still not able to get into that victory royale situation. Kanata here even staying in Storm a little bit early. But when you have nothing else there, making sure that you make it into placement, consistency, and that is what this trio is known for. Not necessarily the elims, but just consistency. I think that they're playing the game the way that they want.
I almost wonder if we have a runner close by, because I need someone to go get a Durag. I need Durag Nada on stage right now. He's NA's only hope, okay? His only hope, our only hope. Let's take a look at those standings and take a look at page number 2. All right, let's see how things are going. On the second page, again, we take a look. Chap, Reason, Mr. Savage, right? Not that terribly far away, and even in 12th, right? Think about Phaser, PHC, and King. That last game making it to the end game. Guys, I feel like making it to the end game is so critical. So many of those points are locked up in just making it
Bon, allez, moi je vais aller
there, and I
manger.
love that from this Brazilian
Je vais aller
team,
manger.
we
Je vous
see
souhaite
them
un
get
bon
there.
appétit. Bon appétit à tout le monde qui vont partir manger en tout cas. Chérie, si t'es encore sur le live, je te souhaite un bon appétit, mon cœur. Et je te dis à 9h. Hein. Et moi, je reviens tout à l'heure. Je vais vite faire aller manger. Et je reviens tout à l'heure, mes loulous. Hein. Bon, allez, à tout à l'heure. À tout à l'heure.
Okay, all right, I'm getting word. We have an interview lined up. Merstash is standing by with Frankie right now.
Thank you, Mersash, for agreeing to talk to us at what must be quite a high-pressure moment. You were still top of the leaderboard with 81 points, but the games haven't been your strongest of the competition. What's been happening with the high ground? Why haven't you been able to hold on to it?
So I think so many people were reviewed and going for high ground. It was obviously we knew it. I think we just need mental reset, and that's the break we need to win the tournament.
81 points from the second place. What's the strategy now for the next games?
As I said, I think we're playing good. We just need mentally reset for all of us, and we're gonna play much better after the break.
La simple chose à faire, c'est de reset mental, c'est-à-dire repartir de zéro mentalement, se remettre bien mentalement et repartir de l'avant parce qu'ils le savent, ils ont le niveau et s'ils le font, normalement, d'après Merstash, ça devrait passer.
So how is the energy now for the trio, Mersash? Obviously, you still have the energy of the audience, but what are the vibes in the booth?
I mean, the vibes are still good. We kind of went down after the last game because we died earlier, but yeah, after the break, I'm pretty sure everything's gonna come back and we're gonna win.
So what's the plan for the last 3 games?
Take high, don't die.
I think that you were going to play out of your mind. We only get to do this once a year, and I know you're not going anywhere without a fight. Thank you so much, Mersash. Good luck. Let's head back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Mersash, for that time. We know this time is very valuable for these players, right? So super appreciative of him. Just taking a moment, letting us kind of get into his mind, see where he's at. Oh my gosh, we only have 3 games left to go in the Global Championship. How did we get here? How did this happen so fast, Levin? Let's rewind time.
I mean, the game's just been so good. And you know what they say, time flies when you're having a blast. Looking at what Mustache said there, Kelly, he talked about them having an understanding that this type of thing was going to happen. Hype was always going to be a lot more chaotic. There was always going to be a lot more suitors going for it on day 2. And I liked how he sort of said, there's not like an in-game tactical adjustment we have to make. We just need the mental reset. We know what we're doing. We just need to execute better.
And if anyone can do it, it's going to be Queasy, one of the biggest veterans that we have in the competition, getting 2 second places in LAN already. He understands what it means to have a mental reset and to kind of coach these players to himself to be able to bring them into this mindset. I think that's really what stands Queasy above the rest.
Yeah, I don't want this to end up being like famous last words, but there is no one more prepared than him for like the finishing race, right? Like you're approaching that moment in the last couple games of a global championship. Nobody has dealt with the bad side of it as much as him, right? So in theory, nobody should be more prepared for it.
Interesting. That's something. Also, you said something. The fact that obviously this is a LAN setting, so if I go in and we play a lot from home, right? A lot of our majors are remote, right? If I'm at home, I'm comfortable. I'm in my chair. I'm leaned back. Got my shoes off. Got my drinks close by. it's a lot different than being in this stadium on land, under the lights, under the pressure of this crowd. You make a mistake, you hear a boo, you get an elim, you hear them roar, right? It just is so different. Also wanted to highlight just some little fun interactions around we've been seeing in the map as we kind of bring up the standings. I believe it's Vico, Veno, Flixie have had quite the run here at LAN. Obviously, again, you know, love him or hate him, Veno is a character coming out, being Veno. Vico, you know, he's a talker. He's confident, but he can back that up with a lot of his play, Levin. So I'm excited to see what they bring for the last 3 games.
Look, I'm not gonna lie. As someone who knows these guys really well, I was worried about them when I realized what the atmosphere here was gonna be like, right? Because again, they're very emotional players. In the case of Vico and Veno, at times they can allow some of these things to get to them. At times it's been difficult for them, but it's good to see that in moments in game, they're not allowing that noise to really get to them, right? They're able to stay locked in. This game, unfortunately, was not a great example of that. Raito really just put them to sleep, put them to shame. So again, I think like Mustache's trio, this break will be huge for these guys for a mental reset.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, Raito there has got to be feeling good representing the smaller regions here, especially to take down someone like Veno, Vico, Flixie, who have kind of put a little bit of a target on their back. You know that the audience loved that. No, yeah, a little bit, just a little bit.
I never noticed.
I like that. I like it. Guys, I'm getting word. I want to head on up to a little interview. Benji is standing by with Gotaga.
What?
Eh oui, les amis, regardez, je suis en compagnie de quelqu'un ici que vous connaissez bien. Eh oui, Coco, oui, Gotha, je sais que tu adores ça. Gotha, j'ai entendu dire que c'était un jour un peu particulier pour toi aujourd'hui, non?
Oui, on va être champion du monde, c'est pour ça.
Eh non, je parle évidemment de ton anniversaire, Gotha. C'est aujourd'hui l'anniversaire de Gotaga. Eh, c'est quand même pas mal comme anniversaire pour l'instant.
C'est vrai. Et mes joueurs peuvent m'offrir le meilleur cadeau ever le jour de mon anniversaire, donc c'est trop bien.
S'il le fait, c'est vraiment le meilleur cadeau ever, clairement.
Oui, totalement.
Bon, comment ça se passe pour vous pour l'instant, cette finale, ce cast avec Squeezie, Brox et Nikov, tout ça va? Ça va bien?
C'est incroyable, là on commence un peu à stresser, on a la pression à chaque bus qui part, et non, c'est ouf. Le public, la France, les fans de Gentlemate, les fans des autres structures, un grand merci à tout le monde. Vous êtes énormes, vous faites rayonner la France à l'international, les gars. Merci pour tout, vraiment.
Dernière question. Il n'y a plus que 81 points d'avance pour le trio de Merstache. Est-ce que ça va le faire? Est-ce qu'ils vont aller au bout, Gotha?
Je pense qu'ils vont aller au bout, et au pire des cas, c'est Vagnac. Donc voilà, les gars. Voilà, on est trop bien.
Les gars, du bruit pour Gotaga, Squeezie, Brox et Nikov. Encore un joyeux anniversaire, Gotha, mais c'est pas le seul. On a d'autres anniversaires à souhaiter aujourd'hui. Et le prochain, bah, c'est avec Frankie. Frankie, it's your turn.
Merci beaucoup, Benji. From one birthday boy to another. Amar, what's it like spending your birthday with an incredible arena like this?
It is actually amazing to have this kind of birthday present. Gotaga, my friend, bon anniversaire as well from here upstairs. Gotaga and gentlemen, thank you very much. It's actually insane.
Have you got a joint birthday party planned for later?
I might have planned a birthday party, right? Yeah, it's.
To you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday, dear Ama, happy birthday to you.
Now, Ama, make a wish. Wish for your favorite player. Who is winning the 2025 Fortnite Global Championship? We don't know, but it will be whoever Amar wished for. And he's going to tell me in just a moment. Okay.
Can I just do one thing quick?
Absolutely.
Gentle! Gentle!
Gentle, gentle, gentle!
Let's go! Thank you very much.
Happy birthday, Amar.
Who wants some cake?
Well, I think we're just gonna go and we're gonna go and have some cake here, and you guys enjoy this.
The trophy lift's the best part of any LAN. Hearing the crowd cheer you on and casters, even the pros.
كاس يعطيه زي ما تقول جائزة اللي هو يستحق التعب اللي هو سواه.
Yeah, a lot of players dream of lifting the trophy at LAN. Yeah, raising the trophy at LAN was definitely the highlight of my career.
Hearing all the crowd and all the people like yelling when I walked out, like that's an experience that I won't even pay to do again.
It was just such an amazing feeling to complete the dream, the best moment of my life, 100%.
Honestly, lifting the trophy at LAN, there's nothing I can compare that to. I don't know if I'm ever gonna feel anything like that again.
The trophy's looking clean.
Yeah, that's a good looking trophy.
I mean, that trophy's 10 times better than my...
شعور اني فزت 4 فينسس ولا قدرت اشيل كاس شعور غريب شوي يجيني شعور داخلي لان ليش انا ما رفعت كاس الى الان.
I really want to lift the trophy. Hopefully this year I can finally lift it. I think winning online is 100 times better than winning online just because the atmosphere, the experience, the fans, and like the trophy lift.
Everything at LAN is just more exciting, more fun, has more eyes on it.
Yeah, it 100% feels like this every time you go in the LAN. You just chase that feeling over and over again, clutch after clutch, win after win.
I don't think anything in life could make me more happy, and I also want my teammates to experience it. Like I said, I mean, it's such a one-of-one feeling. If it's not a win on LAN, then it doesn't really matter.
So to win here at Global would just be a great feeling on moment, honestly, because it's something that I've had on my list for a while now. Winning an official Fortnite LAN would definitely be the craziest moment in my career for sure.
اذا تيم مدريس رفع الكاس وفاز بالبطوله بيرفع اسم مدريس الاعلى مثل الجمعيه هناك.
I think it's just gonna be a beautiful addition to the collection.
I've already won before with a different teammate, so I can win again.
A lot of people said I'm an underdog, but I showed them up.
اني اتشوق اللحظه اني ارفع فيها الكاس.
Look, we all wish we could take that trophy home. You know, guys, I'm just gonna go up. I gotta. Someone's calling me. I'm gonna go up the stage real fast.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. I'll be right back. You guys just keep doing your thing. No, but in all seriousness, of course, this is a good time. Once again, players are currently. We've taken a break, right? Getting that mental reset, and they'll get back into the action as quickly as we can. Seeing all these players kind of talk about that trophy, this just means so much, right? Like, obviously, prize money's awesome, right? Life-changing amounts of stuff. But like a global champion title and a trophy to kind of forever cement your accomplishment, dude, that's what so many of these players, they chase.
And there's players, like, there's just so many different situations when a team comes into a LAN setting like this, whether you think that they're the favorites to win it all or they're the underdogs and they somehow come out on top, and that it just inspires so many people, so many players. And I always like to ask the question for the winners, what do you want to say to people that want to be like you, and the inspiration that they have, that they want to just show to all the kids watching, essentially, that this can be them. I mean, you look back on those previous winners, at one point they were starting new in Fortnite, and to be able to focus themselves, to be able to climb up all the way to this stage and then grab that trophy for themselves just means so much to not only them, but to all their fans watching as well.
Like, Kelly's hyping me up right now.
Again, you hyped up.
I want to run through a brick wall right now. I'm ready to go lift that trophy myself. I mean, I wish I could. Maybe not this year, maybe next year. Look, you're spot on, Kelly. The euphoric feeling you get from being able to step up once the competition is done, all the lights shining bright on you, you make your walk to lift a trophy. It's something you never ever forget. And it's something that, you know, whenever I talk to these players after the Global Championships, the players who didn't win, that's always what they're focusing on. It's always like, oh,
yeah,
I wish I could be the one to lift that trophy. Next year is my time.
For me, in esports, I always talk about the story, and right now there is a beautiful story building, going all the way back to the Invitational, Cammy and Seti versus Queasy and Vino. The story that everyone said saved competitive Fortnite was Queasy and Vino landing on Cammy and Seti, and although it didn't go their way and they got second place, that cemented them in competitive Fortnite forever. And then you go to last year, where we think it is going to be an absolute stomp of Poyo versus Peterbot, but Queasy says, nah, I'm gonna make them earn this win and get second place once again. Full circle, we are here now, back on the global stage, and Queasy finally has that first place spot in his grasp.
It's right there.
It's right there.
Hey,
this has been a story building for 3 years.
Now, obviously, the person right behind him on his heels, right, is Vanya, saying, hold on, Queasy, I've got the crowd behind me, don't get too far away. Now, obviously, you can see the players are starting to get back on the stage. They're starting to take their seats once more. We'll get back into games as quickly as we can. But man, oh man, tension is building for sure. 3 games, and now you start asking the question, now that you guys have had that mental reset, What is the game plan? At this point, this is a brand new competition. You have 3 games. Whatever has happened before now does not matter. We're either playing to try and take away first from Queasy, or we're trying to play to get a top 10, because that is life-changing money.
You leave it all out on the server. 3 most important games of your Fortnite life.
Yep.
You have to do whatever it takes, as crazy as it sounds.
But what is whatever it takes? Are we going to see what we saw in Major 3 for the North American Championships? Are we going to have... There is still a chance, there is still an opportunity, but with 3 games left, Zeke, only time will tell what's going to happen.
You got to think the pressure's got to be through the roof. Think about coming into day number 1, right? Oh, you know, LAN, here we are, my friends, my peers, this amazing crowd. Pressure's on. First half of day 2, hey, maybe we're doing well, maybe we're not, you know, whatever. The last 3 games, this will be it. Pressure is through the... Even just looking at Queasy, right? Can he handle that pressure with only 3 games? When I look at Queasy and even how he was from the beginning of day 1 yesterday to where we are right now, he looks the same. He looks locked in. He looks like, hey, I'm putting up as many walls to keep this noise out as possible because I know what I came here to do. I just have to do it, Levin.
I mean, he's not going to give too much away. I'm sure thoughts will be racing through his head, but he must remain stoic. He must remain ice cold, especially when you're the leader of the team.
Yeah.
Right? Swizzy and Mustache, outstanding players who look to him for guidance and leadership. If he starts to look shaky, if he starts to look nervous, it might impact them negatively. Again, these are the types of things the best leaders in our game have to do.
Man, Bolts, Rapid, and Kanata, joined by Higgs, Clicks, and Iamso, holding up North America, making sure that they are not kicked out of that top 5 and top 10 respectively. But honestly, you were right at the beginning of the show, Levin. EU is on top right now, but which of the EU teams will come out on that top?
You know, I'm actually curious. I saw out of the corner of my eye there, Vico, Venom, Flixie, right? They're about 100 points behind, but one good game, like you said, Kelly, could change everything. With that being said, why don't we go say what's up to our casters to get things started.
Thank you guys so much. This is the final stretch, the last leg of day 2's competition here at the 2025 FNCS Global Championship, Jacob. And anything could happen because that top 2 started to get uncomfortably close.
Yeah, anything has happened already. 185 points to start the day. That was the lead from Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache, and it has been decimated. Only 81 points separate first and second place. You got to give it up to the EU teams all weekend long for performing great, but the next next game is ready. Let's get right into the action.
This is the starting point for where champions are really going to be tested. The battle bus taking off here in game 10. And there's one off-spawn fight that I have a feeling we're going to need to see a little bit of a resurgence from Tayson if he intends on continuing to pose a threat for that top half of the leaderboard. So far here today, it has been largely Roxy's team coming out on top, but anything could change in the blink of an eye.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Who invited Aspect to this party? A whole nother trio now joining the fun at Rangers Ruin. That just put a huge switch up on how these things have been playing out, but instead of a straight 50-50, the majority of these fights, they're trying to take two different sides of the POI. On the outskirts is Aspect and his trio, Tinka. They're trying to loot up. This is the team coming into the Global Championship. They were landing at the Kappa Kappa factory. SETI lands over there. They are on fire. I wouldn't want to land there either, so they're just trying to figure out something.
Seems a little bit bizarre, though, that Kazi Aspect would choose to actually try and land as a third party here at Rangers Ruin. This is preposterous. Pablo, Chino, Prodoxy, they fully understand. We've got to create a little bit of a gap here. They're already splitting this POI slightly with Tayson, Chicho, and Atris, and Aspect Tinka. They did not get the drop they were looking for. Tayson, Chicho, and Atris, they might just be able to run the Oshi fellas out of here, if not run them down for eliminations entirely.
Honestly, considering the little bit of loot that they did have, you know, Wrecker Revolver on one, Sentinel Pump on the other, and they do have some shields as well. Not what I expected out of this drop, but they're doing it, figuring out a way to stay alive. Predexy just immediately runs out of Rangers Ruin. He said, nah, I do not want to fight that triple contested drop. They immediately move towards the west and find a key elimination. Prodoxy, Chino, and Pablo are revved up and ready to go.
This is the effect of VOD Review, because they completely shut out Striker and Tisco's teammate, Kadu, just nowhere left to escape. That's a really nice elimination to find, too, especially considering that they were pretty much forced out of Rangers Ruin due to Kazi third-partying.
Now Striker and Tisco just kind of hiding. They know their teammate went down in that direction. All those builds, and he's trying to figure out, assess the situation. Can we get those revives, boots back up? But Pico, Benno, Flixie returning back to their throne. The first elimination's cleaned up. Toyota figures out a way to even the fight, even landing some crucial damage onto Flixie as he tries to run the way. Toyota finishes the job. 2 straight knocks right off the start.
It's definitely going to be a bumpy road for Benno's team if this storyline just continues to hold strong here. But someone who hasn't had any issues with their early game, it's going to be Swizzy, Queasy, and Mustache, just taking full advantage of everything that's provided by the Hive. And Swizzy even doing a great job scouting around, heading straight towards the top of their surge base. They're ready to start getting some tags in.
Oh my, another team, Aspect, Tika, Kazi. They say, you know what? We already affected one fight at Rangers Ruin. What's the harm in going to another? They immediately make their way on over towards the top side. Tayson, Chicho, and Riz say, you know what? We're going to chase him as far as we can towards the edge of the zone. Once they reach that point, they realize they don't have the loadouts they want. 30 builds on one of those players, an empty item slot. They're immediately about face. They're trying to figure out where they can pick up the scraps from.
But you don't want to be operating with scraps when players like Marius, Pixie, and Vanya just have so much at their disposal. Uncontested, Poix are headquarters. They can spend so much time here, Jacob, and they tend to more often than not. But Visual's Braid diminished. They might have something to say about it. They went for an attempt at a sneak plan last game. It was delayed, but they're still able to, you know, follow through that last lobby. But now, Bixstar and Demas, a little bit of a fickle position at Kappa Kappa Factory, no one else in sight. But I wouldn't be too worried about these guys just yet. I mean, they're rolling off that momentum from the last win.
Yeah, and I know we're talking about it, but to start the year, Pigstorm and Demas haven't even played a single game in a regional FNCS final. And now you look at the end of the year, they've not only won a game on the biggest stage Fortnite has to offer, they're in contention of winning the Fortnite Global Championship. If I've ever seen a Cinderella story, this will be one right here. But they have so many juggernauts in their path. Not just Mustache in the trio, not just Pixie, Vanya, and Marius, but Seti, Yapko, Panzer, Kanata, Bolts, and Rapid as well.
But something that took place in the last lobby, Jacob, is that we saw many of our top 10 players on the leaderboard getting eliminated early on. And Pollo, Agers, Acorn, well, they're still looking to try and break into that in the first place. Agers gonna find the first elimination onto Wixie. And sure enough, gentle mates letting everyone know just how much they support seeing Pollo prosper as he continues trying to apply damage, trying to apply pressure. Alex nowhere left to run, just getting shot at from every direction.
Agers, Acorn, and Pollo, that's been one of the biggest thorns in their side. They kind of thought they would have multiple teams in the distance from Demon's Debris that were building surge towers to trade shots with, but they're getting pushed. They're forced on a roulette drop spot and having to force and fight just like this. So a huge change in the game plan coming into the weekend, but Pollo's not going to slow down. He doesn't want to stop or be denied this opportunity. Acorn picks up that elimination on the Resides. OCE is out of this lobby in Game 10, and that's continuing to build the confidence for Pollo, Agers, and Acorn.
And the main reason why they're even pushing this far south is because the team that they've been typically trying to establish a little bit of surge trading action with, FKS, Hero, Halad, they have not been faring well off spawn. And so with that trio being eliminated, well, Acorn, Agers, Pollo, you've got to look elsewhere. So where do they end up? Tackling Alex in on Resigns. That might be a recurring theme. Hard to tell just yet, but they still got to make up for so much lost time, and they're not the only ones. Yamzo, Clicks, and Higgs. We've seen just how stone-faced they have been between each of these lobbies. They were starting off day 2 in that 8th place position, but they have been getting pushed lower and lower in that leaderboard.
Yeah, more and more teams choosing to rotate early, not giving them the surge that they were looking for. But back to this fight here, it may not be off the drop on this spawn, but they're all looted up, ready to go. Back at Ranger's Ruin, Tayson looking across, Pablo's there, but he's gonna go ahead and try to disengage as far as possible, using the crash pad, even if that means going further and further away from where the zone's actually at. And you can see why Gazzetta, Way, and Scarpa have been third-partying Ranger's Ruin all weekend long, but they have that awareness to watch out for it.
The difference, though, is that they've been third-partying a weekend Proxy or a weekend Tayson trio, and now they're having to deal with Proxy, Pablo, and Gino perfectly healthy and ready to strike. Not only that, but they're still also tangled up with Tayson underneath them. Ping with Malabuka, though, on the ropes here, trying to see if they can battle their way out of this box fight position, but Kappa Kappa Factory, this is all just spilling over and against them. They're seeing whether or not they'll even have the opportunity to go for an immediate fight here, but Victor B, he's immediately cranking up onto height, just all stuck inside of these early storm ticks.
Yeah, he's gonna knight with Paper on the top side of this fight. Epic Will kind of stuck down below as a solo, but with Paper and Victor B being a distraction, Walks is gonna get dropped down to own the HP. Epic Will is moving up that high ground. They finally figured a way on the side of Malabuka, Walks, and Pings to converge into the same box. But this is their chance now with all those extra hills. This is their original surge base. Just gotta sit towards the middle and figure out the plan for Epic Well, Victor B, and Paper. So that way they can try to make that smart move. But Victor B, Paper, Epic Well, they're just gonna go ahead and disengage on out. They got that early storm surge damage, and now they just wanna beat teams on that rotation.
Just looking to get a little bit of space creation here. Because eventually, Bing, Malabuka, and Watts are going to have to move from this position, but might have been a little bit too ambitious, trying to just crash pad out directly in the line of sights there from Watts, Malabuka, and Ping. Of course, you're going to eat some damage in exchange.
Pollo, Agers, and Acorn. Not only did they get their Demon Debris Medallion, the mythic weapon, they got the eliminations onto Anon, Resign, and Alex. They immediately moved towards the eastern side of the map. One of the only teams on this side of the map having access to that bunker, and they immediately take it. And this is where they start to replenish everything from materials to resources, their loadout. And since they're ahead of all these other teams in that path, they have the time to go ahead and continue to rotate toward the north. Same thing for some of these teams that are working their way from the top down. Savage Chat Reason, even though they are missing some shields, it's in the name of Storm Search. Taking those shots, taking those chances, that way they don't have to worry about it later in the game.
So Savage, Reason, and Chap are going to have to dig deep here, though, Jacob. They took a way too early departure in the last lobby, and having been chopped just now, fortunately, Chap, Reason, able to utilize some of that Flowberry Fizz. Their Surge base, obviously stockpiled with more than enough resources, so not too heavily in danger. For where they were able to shine, but dealing with a team like Roxy, Pablo, and Gino, it's usually not worth sticking around. Better to just prioritize the positioning, shoot out the crash pad from behind you, but both these trios just gonna head their separate directions, two different styles of rotate.
Ooh, it might not be the biggest upgrade for them, but they are going to be able to replenish their crash pads if it does spawn out. Maybe upgrade their Sentinel pump if it does drop as well. 3 different ones, but that's what they get. A little bit more loot to work with once they get that rank upgrade. And it's only a B rank though, so you can see the kind of the slow play, no eliminations, not necessarily their game plan though.
I like this dead side wraparound though from Seti, Panzer, and Yapko. They've got early surge already locked in, so they're gonna opt to already make a direct line in towards the elevation of the mountain range and potentially push back other teams that might be looking to try and rotate a little bit after the fact.
I can agree with that. Pigs and Yamzo. This time around, the zone pulling towards the north, which means they kind of have the luxury to be able to sit in their base. I believe this might have been the team that we saw kind of get chopped earlier on in this game, but as we tune in, Ager is feeling a little bit of struggle. That's Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual on the other side. They have to abandon ship in terms of getting Agers back into the game, so Boyo, Acorn, they're going to have to work this as a duo, and that's a huge disadvantage going against NA champs, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, and they're looking to get aggressive. There's only one way back into this game, and it's through eliminations itself.
This is starting to feel like Major 3 and NAC all over again right now, Jacob. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual Ritual seemingly in the driver's seat right now for this box fight. That is up until Cole loses a good chunk of his shield. He's going to retreat back towards the high ground. Boyo, Agers, side by side, holding down this lower layer. But the longer this drags out, the more time it provides for Ryu, Snowy, and Saad to move in.
Yeah, just a kind of scary situation because even with the knock on the Agers, Peter Cold and Ritual didn't play aggressive, and that's usually something you see out of this team time and time again, especially since they have a deficit that they have on the leaderboard, 14th place versus 18th. You'd expect both of these teams to try to make some sort of a play, but they also know this is the two teams we've been seeing all year long essentially battle it out for 1 and 2. In terms of actual top spots and grand finals leaderboards, but in terms of the community as well.
But Boyo and Peterbot, Jacob, they were just global champions. They did that together. And now, here today, both of them going on huge recovery tours just to try and bring themselves back into contention for top 5. But Peterbot, Ritual, Cold, they're just continuing to push themselves up the cliff face there. I have to check back in to see whether or not Acorn Pollo even decided to pick back up on that engagement. But for right now, Reason, Chap, this is dangerous. They've got Gina, Broxy, and Pablo trailing them, and they've already lost Mr. Savage. They want to play for the reboot, but they've got to deal with Hero first.
Yeah, they're kind of faking it. Faking like they were going to try to crash pad away, get somebody on the other side to make a mistake. Even though they didn't peek, they realized where they were and immediately start to put pressure down. They have the Stinger. They have the minigun. They are going to melt through these builds if they could focus all on the same target. For Reason and Chap, they are 1,300 damage above the threshold, dropping down to 1,100, but they have more than enough to focus on trying to get Savage back into the game. No other team, or at least not many, can say that they have that amount of comfortability. So for Doxy, Chino,
Désolé, je t'avais parti manger, c'est pour ça que j'étais pas là. Oui, je suis là, mais je vais aller manger. Bisous, je t'aime, mon amour, mon cœur. Très fort, bon appétit. Merci beaucoup, mon bébé d'amour. Mais j'ai déjà fini de manger. J'ai mangé du riz avec du bon poulet. Et voilà, mon dodo. Tu sais que j'ai vraiment envie de pleurer, là. J'ai envie de pleurer, vraiment.
Yeah, and they got a smooth rotation in. Every other team in front of them is also doing the same thing, so they're not going to be contested by many up until the point where they start to hit that line on the zone. You see it's getting stacked more and more on the south side, where more and more teams are going to have to rotate into. On the whole northeast side, there's 3 teams stacked up. Malibu, Pings, and Walks going to be one of them. Day 2 today, their run has been impeccable. 345 points, doing their best to close the gap as much as they can, but they're kind of in a tough situation here. Talked about 3 big teams all around, ready to fight if they make a mistake. And they're all going to rotate out first, beating Malibu, Pings, and Walks on this rotation.
Smart that they're not trying to overcommit. Talking about overcommitments, Chap sees FKS. They were trying to bring him back into the mix, but Chap's taking full advantage of the situation, just bragging out entirely. FKS, the secondary elimination there. And that is exactly what Chap and Reason needed. Breathing room. Maybe we'll see Mr. Savage back in this one.
And for Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache, this is a moment. This is a moment because they've had 2 lackluster games so far. One decently well-played one, and that 185-point gap got dropped to 81. But with still an 81-point lead, it's about a game or so. They have a cushion. They just need to execute here and now. They cannot wait, because if they falter early, that's just opening up the floodgates for anybody and everybody to start to catch up.
But the north side of the zone, it's starting to pull so much congestion. Clicks, Iamzo, Higgs, they want to take over the positioning that Curly, Reed, and Cooper currently reside in. But they don't even realize just on the other end of that box, Chino, Pablo, Ferdoxy, and you want to talk about guys who are looking for a fight. Just look at the amount of eliminations they've already acquired by 7th zone. This is one of the few teams, might even be the only team capable of dropping a double-digit elimination win.
capable. They did it yesterday to close out the day. 19 eliminations. This is giving me flashbacks of just that. They're moving from Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo to a whole nother trio towards the north side of the map. That's Baka, Pars, and Pump. And they have the luxury. They can wait. They can let that team make a mistake, but you're seeing Storm Surge really start to affect this lobby. Kanata, even while he's 1,500 above, finding opportunities and not trying to let them pass. They started off the entire tournament with a Game 1 victory royale and doing their best to remain consistent ever since. NA's best hope to win the entire tournament and stay inside of the top 5.
They've got a lot of surge, zone, pull, rather favorable for the time being. And being in that 4th place position, they've got to hold their own. Vortex, Goofy Mountain, it could be a real threat, but Kanata just immediately pushing them back. Don't start trying to peek our direction. Still, Sphinx, Buzz, and Shadow, they didn't get the memo. They're still willing to try and cross over, but Reason smothered, trying to see if he can live. Aspect gonna be knocked though, and that's everything for Reason right now. He needed some form of a lifeline and the life jacket from that elimination. If he can get to the body loop, but no! Another team, Mixin and Upple, they're gonna take over.
Yeah, just a little bit more than those siphon materials. Upple and Mixin, just like you said, they went ahead and stole all of that loot from the other loot that Reason desperately needed, but he gets tagged up. Oh my, a turnaround 180, turns and burns to take down Kazi. And I was talking about how low of resources he actually had. Well, that siphon is gonna help tenfold.
Reason knows Amar is watching. He's trying to deliver the best sort of birthday gift, and what's better than clutching up a nice set of eliminations here to keep the dream going. But Reason starting to get a little lobby focus. Some heavy hitters right in front of him, Demon, Storm, and Pix. But as a solo, what more can he do? He has to stay hidden. He has to conceal himself in the backside of his own. Mustache, he's lost his IGL. He's lost his other fragger. It's Poyo who's taken out his fellow gentleman. Swizzy eliminated. Agers gonna come at a cost, but the double revive, they might be able to pull it off. They're gonna drop all the way down to the bottom of the mountain face, but it was too far. They weren't intending to stand themselves directly outside, but the zone pool is saving them.
Yeah, the zone pool is truly a blessing for Agers, Acorn, and Poyo, because it also stopped them becoming a focus of that lobby on that side. But with Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache having some difficulties in this game, it leaves high ground open for none other than Vanya, Marius, and Pixie. Does anybody challenge that high ground? For Doxy, Chino, Pablo would probably be one of my best bets, but you can see a huge amount of resources missing. 6 HP, only finding bandages, and eventually we'll go back to 2 empty slots.
There's so much metal, all these pre-existing builds, and not only that, but the shift in elevation. Pixie well overhead. He might be able to even see this team scattered through the low ground. They're trying to get whatever hidden positions they can, but Proxy, he runs into the wrong box. Proxy's immediately put down into the dirt. Pablo and Chino, they're gonna have to get it out the mud, and Pablo with the elimination onto Upple now means that they're stuck inside the building. They've gotta break out.
But this is the point in time in the game. Top 17 teams still left alive. Placement points will start to click in with every team that falls and cascade further and further, with the eventual winner getting 65 points. But in the feed, you see Chino, he's going to go down.
Oh no.
Yep, that puts pain and hunger inside as Pix is now feeling that same pressure. He's gonna fall. Demus is being stuck by himself. He has to try to figure out a way out of this situation because they have no resources. Darm, they're separated just a little bit. No materials, and now the zone and somebody else moving in. But oh my, he does it again. Big Darm is gonna take down Poyo.
And this is exactly why they are the prospects of Poland. Darm just doing everything he can to make the impossible happen. But Marius, Pixie, Vanya, they're just so healthy overhead. Darm is gonna meet his demise at the hands of Mustache, but Mustache, just not enough gas left in the tank. He's taken out. The rage coming through, the frustration is felt. So many placement points lost.
A ton of placement points lost. They got around the top 15. It is wide open if Pixie, Marius, and Vanya can figure out a way to win this game with a certain number of eliminations. For one of the first times today, we could see a new first place team. But Taco, don't let me get too ahead of myself. 2 different games today. today. We saw them on high ground, and they faltered. This could be third chance to charm.
But look at the amount of materials they have, Jacob. 85 builds, and that's just on Marius. They are so strongly overhead. The rest of the lobby collapsing into itself. It's cannibalizing itself underneath them. They hardly have to do anything at all. Just spray, suppress, while Pablo continuing to try and push through the storm sickness, tearing away at his back. He finally manages to get inside the zone, but they've been chopped. Pixie saves himself at the last second with the crash pad, but it's Kanata. He's going up. Marius trying to stop it. Marius brings out bolts. There's no way he's going to let this one slide away.
The win in itself is not enough for them to take first. I said they need a certain number of eliminations. Well, that's one step further, but taking that top spot, and now the pressure continues. Rapid scrambling around. He has a very little builds. Kanata, he is out. Not a single material left. The splashes are running out as well. Pings from F8 trying to make a miracle run continue. 373 points. It is on him for the solo clutch to pick up these points.
Queasy's just a fan of everybody else in this lobby right now. He needs someone to take out height. He needs to see Vanya Boo Boo fall from the top of it all, but Clicks still trying to heal backside his own. He's got nothing left. Storm's gonna take care of him. Vanya, Pixie, and Marius, though, refuse to budge. They're not gonna let this one slip through their fingers. For Queasy, it's like grabbing a smoke, watching this lobby try to take them down. Muzz and Shadow still giving some hope. They are a fully intact trio.
There's only 3 full trios left in this game. Shadow, Sphinx, and Muzz are one of them, but they're getting pressured on the other side, on the low ground by King Phaser. P8's in. They're trying to run around, take priority on the zone. They have beaten Muzz up this hill, but they're focusing on the high ground. They ran out of build. It's all turning sideways. Down goes P8's in. King is scrambling. He's able to get one, but it's not enough. 3v3. The eventuality comes in. Marius is dropping down. He wants to finish the fight, but he's going to go down. Vanya trying to stay up. 2 different medkits. 2 splashes left, and it's a 1v3 situation.
Muzz, Sphinx, and Shadow might have just done it. All they have to do is remain fully intact. Vanya's still from up above. He's got a couple of chug splashes. He's got a couple of medkits. This might be our first heal up that we are witnessing, Jacob. He knows he doesn't have any other choice. He's got to fully retreat. Sphinx gonna be the last line of defense. He's violating going forward. He can't manage to figure out where Vanya is at, though. There's so much space in between them. Shadow still has 130 left in the Medmis, but Vanya, more bandages, still has the splashes. Is Storm Sickness going to come into effect, or will Shadow manage to do it with the Medmis? Vanya scrambling. He found another medkit. Where does it keep coming from? But he can't hold on. It's completely over. It was an excellent attempt, but Sphinx, Muzz, and Shadow, they find their one.
You saw Sphinx right there. Nah, letting them know. Multi-region champion Muzz showing up big, and the young star Shadow has showed up to take a big win on the international stage. Frankie, I need to know how they're feeling.
Guys, that was absolutely incredible. My favorite heel off I have ever watched. I know, Muzz, that you went down first, but what was it like watching these two?
Wait, no, I was alive.
Oh, you were alive. I'm so sorry. I was literally eyes on 3 parts of the screen there. So you were alive.
Yeah.
What was the heel off like?
My heart was beating, I'm not gonna lie. Like, it was beating. Now, I've always wanted to win a game on LAN, and I finally did it. So, shout out to the best IG on the world.
Congratulations, Muzz. I mean, Benji.
Yeah, you did it, the first victory royale on this grand final for you. How do you feel, man?
Mon bébé!
Happy right now. My heart was beating so bad that last game, but we pulled through.
Comment tu vas, mon ange?
C'est la première, il a dit, c'est que du bonheur
On
pour lui.
s'appelle après, mon bébé,
Première victoire
ou?
royale dans ce tournoi pour ce trio.
I feel like your hearts might have been beating, but you were full on confidence. Yeah. For you, was your hand shaking, or were you just eyes on the prize?
Frankie, we had this interview twice before. This ain't nothing new to me, you know what I'm saying?
Sphinx, you do have form at Global Championship, but how does this one compare to Lands of the Past?
It feels good. You know, we low-key sold day one. We're bringing it back today. It just feels good to know, like, I still got it in me, you know what I'm saying?
Of course you've still got it in you. This whole team has got it in them. But what's the plan now? What is the purpose of these next 2 games?
Changed nothing. It's working today.
It's worked so well for you. Thank you so much. Everyone, please give it up for Shadow, Sphinx, and Maz! The crowd love to make noise, and I'm loving to hear it. We're going to take a break because we've got 2 more games to go.
Through the storm again, you did it on your own again. Goosebumps in your skin. Do you feel what I feel? I'm waiting on you to notice that you got what you wanted. We don't got time to cry right now. Only got time to focus. So here's on the wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave them faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate it. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You better watch your back, cause we aiming at your head. Me up and I don't need a ride. Knock down, top down, hit him in his neck. Pull up with the trio and my eyes are red. 2 or 3 of us can't compete with us. Everybody screaming like they did and believe in us. Believe in us, believe in us, believe in us. So here's on the wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave them faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. See why they hate it. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded.
Ça me saoule. Ça me saoule, ça me saoule.
I can smell fear. I've been there before. But you made it through the storm. You did it on your own again. Goosebumps in your skin. Do you feel what I feel? I'm waiting.
Fortnite fan, we did it. Muzz got a victory royale at the Global Championships. Buzz, my boy! I cannot believe it, guys. In case you didn't know, Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx, these guys had to qualify through the last chance qualifier. They took it to the hardest part of the competition in a major, and then went on to that major and qualified to the Global Championships. Come here, the hardest stage of this competition, and get a victory royale on land. Mini, I'm good. I can go home happy.
I mean, wow. What a win it was as well. You mentioned it through the last chance qualifier. These guys know how to win, and doing it on this big stage is so, so important for them. Going to boost them so high up in the standings as well. The way they played this low ground Kelly was so, so good. And off the back of a 3rd place in the game before, now getting into a win, that's going to boost them up in the standings so much.
Coming down to a 3v3 against the likes of Marius and Pixie. But they got a little greedy. They got a little overconfident. They dropped down thinking, oh, this low ground team, we can easily eliminate them. Wait, is that Muzz? Uh-oh. And so 2 of them go down. They know that they have the heal off potential, and they got close. Vanya was able to find a medkit in those final moments. But Shadow, Muzz, still able to stay alive, still able to grab that victory royale and a win for North America.
What helped them so much was that Vanya had to go into Storm so early, right?
Yeah.
They could stay inside of the zone, keep that med miss that was ultimately so crucial for them winning that game. So they were just able to stay inside of the zone. I love the reaction as well. And yeah, what a fantastic win for them. Really well played.
Oh man, this is what I love to see. Live it up there, Sphinx. Live it up. That's your moment there. Oh man, a big W for North America. We need it desperately, Kelly.
I love it. Sphinx has been such an incredible player to watch grow over the years, and something that even Cooper himself, global champion winner, said Sphinx is one of the most amazing IGLs. He really just needs to have his right time, his right moment, and that was it right there. But if we're talking about moments, we gotta talk about our top 3. None of them shifting in the leaderboard right now, but what did shift, Zeke, is that lead. Look at it, first and second place. It is barely 30 points separating them.
How did we get to this point, man? We were leading by 150 points, and now we find ourselves with only a 30-point lead. Mini, it's not enough. But right now as well, let's take a look there at Pixie and Marius and Vanya. What's crazy, too, is like these guys had high ground. They get chopped, and like at that moment, your heart's got to sink, right?
Yeah.
This is like a major. You think that's it. They instantly recover, right?
Yeah.
They're falling mid-air and throw a crash pad down, and that's what saves their life. Jump back up, take back over, and though they didn't win the game, they still placed second. They didn't get a ton of eliminations, but those placement points and that minigun mini, they go burr.
Yeah, they definitely do. And this is the Vanya Pixie Marius that we know and love here on or over on EU. They got so close to winning it there, Kelly, as well at the end. You know, you mentioned it came to a heal off. They were trying to look, Vanny was trying to look for some heals, trying to find anything he could, and he found that loot llama of heals right there at the end. But it was just like, what, a second too late? There was a bunch of med miss, there was med kits, he had everything. Just
we were freaking out for a moment. Could you imagine if they got the victory royale there, how much closer it would even be? But I do have to talk about, you already said it, they got chopped out from height, and we thought for a moment, oh no, this is it, they're gonna go down. And then the crash pad comes out, he saves himself, and then in turn of that, able to reclaim height. Cinema.
Oh my gosh, you know, it's the cinema. We have a listen in from the trio. Let's take a listen.
You wanna fight? They killed one. They're fighting them.
We can. Pop. If it does in the fighting. Pop. You good. 60. Mercer's died.
Nice.
Yeah. I got pumped 100. I'm low.
I see.
Healing.
Let's break.
Fuck.
180.
Nice.
I'm chilling it.
Low.
20, 60. Mobox. I'm dead. It's a fear. Go.
No, I'm dead. I have nothing, bro. Go away. To maybe our boxes. Make it. No.
It looks like for a moment, right? Going back in the old builds, editing that single metal wall, jumping in and going, a med kit. It's all saved. But in the end, not enough. And what's crazy too is just think about Vanya on height, right? There's a moment on the low ground where the teams are fighting and you just hear the miniguns start and it's just shred everything down below. And I thought at that moment, it's over. Vanya with that single item got themselves the win, but man, coming down here to the wire. Other trios popping off in this game as well. Kanata, right? Another savior, right? Please, NA. The difference is, though, Kanata actually is moving down a placement. Now, we can still make this up, right? It's not that many points far behind, but Kelly, we've got 2 more games.
Yeah, I mean, with Rapid, Kanata, and Bolts, we already saw them grab the first victory royale of day number 1, setting the stage for everyone else. And although they hadn't had the performance they wanted throughout the rest of the games of day 1, they slowly started to be able to climb back, playing the way that they do. You see, it is low eliminations. They have never been a W key team. Yeah. However, by sticking to the low ground and to the side, as you can see, they're able to just kind of last a little bit longer, maybe get a few clutch limbs at the end, and stay in that placement-heavy format we know that they like.
Yeah, I like the way their strategy's developed develop, right? Of course, day number 1, we saw them come out really, really hot, and then things look a little bit not so good for them, right, throughout the rest of the day. I like the way that they're playing it. Of course, their off-spawn situation was looking really good. It was just all about execution when it comes to the end game. Now they've sort of, tuned it back a little bit, right? Trying to play a little bit less aggressive, trying to play out as many placement points as they can. And now, 2 games to go, maybe they'll try and go a little bit more aggressive, try and push higher up, because they still drop down right there, right?
We don't have long to go here before we jump back in the game. I wanted to highlight really quickly, Queasy, right? This is the first time we have seen him falter. 15th place in that game, a single elim. Now we only have a 30-point lead. Guys, this is uncharacteristic. Maybe that reset wasn't helpful, but listen, we still have 2 games to go. Kelly, we can still pull this off. We can still do this.
Listen, everyone always talks about caster curses, and I think that's hogwash, but then I spend half of our halftime show talking about Queasy's story in 2nd place, missing out on 1st place in the Invitational, missing out on 1st place last year, and now I'm wondering,
why did you do this?
Are they going to get 2nd once again?
What I hope is he's learned. I hope he's learned from that last time out, right, getting 2nd place. And I hope that they can now hopefully take that into a few changes now into the last couple of games. Remember, they left it all the way down to the end last year. So, they had to make a decision. They decided not to land on the 1st place team. This time, maybe they'll make a decision. Maybe they'll switch things up. I think they need to here, Zeke, because Vanya, Pixie, Maris, they're closing in and they're doing exactly what they needed to do, which is consistency.
Dude, I'm telling you, and that's the thing, right, is we can't make a single mistake. Now, what started like yesterday is like, oh man, this is looking like Quee's game. Now we could be going into game 12 super close, and that's what we live for, right? We hope we go into the last game not knowing who could walk away with the win. But again, Vanya, if Queasy makes a single mistake, Vanya's right. He's waiting, praying on it.
Yeah, and it was something I mentioned at the beginning of the show as well. The games that Queasy don't do well in, Vanya's team have to make the most of it. It's absolutely essential, and they're doing that to a T right now. After watching that replay, actually, I mentioned that Vanya actually found heals. I have no doubt they actually set that up.
Yeah,
because they had
100%.
the edit, right? So they had all the heals in there. They had everything that they knew that was there. And even on those comms as well. Really impressed with this team because, of course, their first native language is not English. They're communicating in English. We heard it in that listening right there. And that's so hard for people that live in, of course, different countries and are from different countries, speak different languages. I mean, I feel like we don't talk about it enough in Fortnite, but that is a skill in itself.
I mean, and that's a really good call out when you say that when Queasy is doing poorly, that's when Vanya does well. And I actually think those are the few games that they've won for height. Yeah. Paying attention to that elimination feed, noticing that, the team that is being able to control height is down. This is now our opportunity to take it. They're taking full advantage of everything. Again, it's awareness. And usually I use that in the sense of map awareness, but just all of the game sense that you need to be at the top level. That is what they're showcasing here today.
And they're not new to height either. This is what they're used to, right? They're going back to what they know. So it's like, they had a very good day 1, and we were like, yeah, they're playing a different sort of play style. They're playing low ground. They're playing consistently. Now you think like, they're trying to go for height. You usually associate that with a team that's trying to change things up and go against the grain to what they're usually doing. This is like more normal for them than what they were doing yesterday.
Another team that I really want to give a shout out there too is, of course, one from our smaller region in the top 10 right now, and that's King, Phaser, and PHZ. Yeah. They played that game so smart, where they kind of went for this dead side rotation. Yeah. The zone went up a hill, and everyone's starting to climb up, fighting for a position, and they just kind of went around the hill. That can be a little dangerous. Obviously, building up the hill, if the zone doesn't pull favorably, can be disastrous, but luck had it their way. They were able to pull zone and then kind of control the low ground. It was really smart from them. And I love to see our Brazilian trio up in the top 10.
Can't forget as well, they came to NA, right? They decided they wanted more practice. They wanted to kind of refine their skill set. And Mini, that's showing here on a global stage. It looks so good.
And also, they played in EU last chapter as well. Chapter 5, they came on over to EU, had a little go there as well. It wasn't necessarily successful for them, but showing what they can do here.
That's right, Mini. I'd love to keep talking. That battle bus horn has come, so it is time. Game number 11. Let's go.
Game 11. There's only 2 chances left for every team in this lobby from around the world to get points and rise up that leaderboard. We're seeing the top 4. Anything is achievable. but we had Levin on the last broadcast hyping up, representing EU. I had to bring a brother from NA over. Vivid is going to grace us here this time around.
Jacob, they had to bring in all the stops for this one. We've been talking about it all day. Yeah, NA's looking a little rough. We're still fighting for third place right now, but we know how the fights early game are going on. It's all about Rangers ruin.
And Tayson, gonna be the first touchdown, grabs the chest. Chino running around, but nowhere left to run. Pablo, though, with the sweeper finds Tayson. It's gonna be Chicho brought down next by Ferdoxy. 2 versus 1 scenario, but Atris has a real chance. Atris takes out Pablo. It's all down to the 1v1, and Ferdoxy immediately heading for the high ground. Doesn't want to get trapped with the swarm, but that separation, he hasn't had a chance to utilize his shield potion just yet. Atris, on the other hand, wrapping around, taking out, stopping Fred in the midst of healing. But Atris, he just can't close the gap. He doesn't have any materials. Ferdoxy doesn't have a whole lot left to work with either, but he has the builds in his favor. And Atris, he'll opt to try and trade, but it's the patented Fred lurk, and he's creeping up. Atris can't get the revive. Ferdoxy through the window, and Atris still can't find it.
He got multiple pieces through that wall, and even the cone inside. He's trying to distract him long enough while he backtracks and tries to go revive for revive. So no longer going to be a 1v1. Tayson and Pablo are back into the game, but business as usual. Kazi, Tinka, and Aspect are looking to third party this fight.
Oh my gosh, it's the same story over and over. The hesitation comes in, right? The elongated fight. We're still in a 2v2. We know the third party's going to come in, but if you take a look at the map, there's only one orange arrow. Maybe the full commit has not come in just yet. We'll have to see how this one plays out.
It's almost like sending in the lone scout. Try and figure out, is this really worth getting involved with just yet? But Tayson, Atris, they've got such an advantage now over Pablo and Ferdoxy. Their HP rapidly dwindling away here as Tayson now just waiting for that final opportunity, but without a shotgun, he doesn't feel confident enough, and for good reason, because one good bug shot could be the end of it. Ferdoxy's gonna opt to try and get away, but Atris just too accurate. Atris immediately panning the other direction, and that'll be the end of Ferdoxy's team.
When Ferdoxy hit that crash pad, Atris had 9 medium bullets left. By the time he got that elimination, 4 well-placed shots. He gets the elim, they win off spawn, and just like Ferdoxy had those chances, a comeback opportunity for Tayson.
But Vivid, you know, we've been watching that off spawn take place all day long. You have to expect that surely third party is still going to want to get involved.
Yeah, I mean, the reboot, right, that's going to be on their minds. Is that going to be possible? We know when you go ahead and reboot, there's a giant beam that comes out from the sky. Lets everybody know, but oh my gosh, Darm, Damus, and Pix, they're in trouble.
Yeah, they're in trouble. Pix is going to be down. Malabuka walks and pings. They have advantage in this fight, and they know how stacked the top side of the leaderboard is, and they're not scared. They want to continue to put the pressure. It's just a matter of, did they see Darm? Did they see Demus rotate over in that direction towards the rainbow field? And I do think they did. Crash pads coming out. They're trying to close the gap.
Battle between 3rd and 7th. It's just not worth it. The juice is not worth the squeeze here for Poland and Demus Darm. Fortunately enough for them, Malabuka not checking the bushes. A little bit lackadaisical.
And this is how we know it's game 11, right? With only a couple chances left for some of these teams to pick up points. This is atypical for Malabuka Walks and Ping. We've seen them kind of base up early every single game. But now the push, the aggression, they got to be thinking about the points they need.
It's just all too close for comfort. Swizzy, Queasy, and Murstache know full well they had such a monumental lead to start the day, but it only took several matches, and they've watched those points quickly go the other direction for everybody else except them.
Yeah, you're getting a little bit of a deeper look, looking towards the north, trading shots with Mr. Savage and the entire trio towards the west. It is going to be goofy in the trio, even with a knock there. There's just too much time and distance separating these two teams. It's going to take a crash pad and a Flowberry Fizz, and it still might not even be enough as we jump on board Sadie, Panzer, Yapko. The crowd just constantly letting them know how they feel. And since the zone is coming over towards the Kappa Kappa factory, you can see this is where they're going to set up to try to get that damage.
I mean, yeah, this is something that we've seen across every single one of the games, right? Yapko just kind of based up early on. Seti, you might be looking at his inventory like, why does he have nothing in there? That's because he's going around the entirety of the map, making sure that his team is going to be set up very, very nicely for the rest of the game while they go ahead and pick up all of the damage.
Elsewhere, you see some of the action going on. Baka getting a knock onto Adapter. Hasn't cleaned up the elimination yet, but Darm has been found out. Walks and pings. They take the 2v1. One step closer to sending the entire trio back to the lobby, but Malabuka ends it as well in the 1v1 against Demas. Third place is out of there.
Malabuka might have missed them the first time, but they knew they had to still be local to the area. There's only so far that they can actually squirm away to, and the fact that they just get completely ran down here by Waksping and Malabuka, those are the types of aggressive plays you have to make when you are in 7th place and you're staring down a leaderboard that is so tight-knit.
The crowd just constantly cheering for anybody on the MA or Havoc squads, letting them know that, hey, take our energy, you guys have this. As Yamzo clicks and Higgs, different strategy this time around. Instead of sitting on top of Supernova Academy, they're going for a lurk. Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts, and they do see all the information in the feed. So if any of them do get knocked, I expect Clicks and his trio to run straight over and try to get the chop and clean up what could be good damage.
Yeah, but this is something that we've seen before, right? Socials were kind of talking about how Clicks, yeah, they might have gotten a knock on this exact trio before, but they were a little bit hesitant to go ahead and push, right? Are we going to see something similar right now? Will they go ahead and full commit? I mean, 12th place going into game number 11. You would imagine they got to be thinking this time, we got to go for it.
But sometimes if you let it sit too long, your plate starts to go cold, and if they don't act fast, they're going to maybe have to watch this opportunity completely pass them by. The big thing here, too, is that Kanata and Bolts, they're not even replenishing their shields. They are totally content with being knocked inside of their surge base. They've got Rapid, healthy. I mean, that's your IGL, so of course he's just refarming all of the materials, looking for extra ones as well.
I mean, that's scary. You're sitting on the global stage right now. I can tell you right now, Jacob, if I was sitting up there with no shield on, knowing that so many of these competitors have been making plays on these exact type of bases. We've seen it time and time again, not only throughout the year, but throughout this exact competition, that plays, these sneaky plays for the bottom of these surge towers, they are made all the time. You have no shield right now?
It's just into my head. I'm thinking, don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. They're trying to watch out for Rapid. They know they're focused on top over at the OXR HQ, and they know Rapid is wandering around on the low ground, replenishing all of the materials that they use to build that surge tower, and they're just waiting, like I said, for that knock or for an opportunity to get that 3v1 onto Rapid, whichever one comes first.
But if Rapid goes one step too far, Iamzo, Clicks, Higgs, the moment that they realize that he's by himself, Rapid would actually be the best player to hit a nice 3-2-1 on, because he's the one carrying everything for Kanata and Bolts right now. He has max materials just about. He's still trying to finalize just the last few components. Clicks, Iamzo, Higgs just creeping forward. Rapid starting to make his way up, but they've been exposed. They took moments too long, and now Rapid, red alert Mayday situation here. But Bolts, Kanata with a plethora of heals in this surge base. This is not the place to be for Clicks, Iamzo, and Higgs.
Instantly trying to go for that chop down. All three are up above. Here it comes. They pop the Flowberry Fizz just in time, but Clicks landing an immense amount of damage, getting Bolts down to just a sliver of HP, and they're immediately pushing over. Vivid said it, and he meant it. They are learning their lesson. 331 points. They fell outside of the top 10 with 2 games left. They have to take these chances.
But Vivid, do you think that it's still worth trying to force this engagement, knowing full well that you're looking at a team like Kanata that's got more than enough surge, and they can afford to stick around with all these heals?
I think the power behind the push for Clicks, Iamzo and Higgs right there, it was all about the surprise. Rapid with an MVP performance, acting like a bird in the sky, making sure that he kept his 2 teammates safe. Shout out to him, right? Because when you look at the leaderboard, they're in 5th place right now. If Rapid doesn't see them, everything falls apart. So shout out to Rapid for catching that one. And Mr. Savage, Chap, and Reason They've been having a pretty good weekend, but towards the end of the competition right now, it seems like they're slowing down.
Do have to believe it's a little bit revitalizing, though, when you watch Reason put on such a strong solo performance in the last lobby. That tells me they've still got gusto, and they're still willing to throw everything on the line to make it work.
Yeah, they're chasing right now. Aegis, Acorn, and Poyo, they see Mixon outside by himself. They're trying to clean up that elimination. Upflow's going to go down as well. No more knocks coming into play, which means that full team is down and out of this lobby. The aggressive plays coming late into the day here on day 2 for Aegis, Acorn, and Poyo seem to be working out.
Jacob, you're talking about aggressive plays. We've obviously been able to take a look at a couple of them, but if you look in the top left, the player count right now, 59. This lobby is getting destroyed by aggression right now.
These guys are crashing on each other is what that tells me, Vivid. But Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache, they're taking a much more tactical approach. Queasy, the mastermind, you have to remember, back at the Invitational in 2022, he was the one that made the decision. I want to land on them. I want to challenge it, and it's not as direct, but it's still there.
Jacob, this is a strategy. They know they land OXR. They're waiting on top of the mountain. They want to rain down the shots as they fly through the sky.
They crack the shields on the one. There's just so much distance before he reaches the ground. He's out of render distance overall. Instantly comes the crash pad. Mustache, Queasy, Swizzy, they're trying to rotate in that direction. Finally, they get another opportunity, and it works. Vanya goes down. Mustache, Swizzy, and Queasy are going after second place.
But what's going to be there faster? The double revive or Swizzy, Mustache, and Queasy. They're doing everything they can to try and collapse onto this position. Vanya's already been back up into the running, but they're going all in here. Swizzy, Queasy, Mustache, they're looking to control their own destiny. They want to take down Vanya. They want to make it so that game 12 isn't even close. But Mustache, Queasy, Swizzy, they're just not able to close the gap. And Mustache, he's lost too much HP. He's going to be forced to fall back.
This is it. This is the moment. Why wait till game 12? Marius, Pixie, and Vanya, they've given an opportunity here to take down first place and potentially take that spot. Few points separate them, and Swizzy's probably realizing their backs are up against the wall, maybe even second-guessing this decision to go ahead and try to surprise attack them. But they have the low ground. Marius, Pixie, Vanya, they have the high ground, and since they do have that, they have the decision to hold and pressure them down below or rotate out like you see here.
No risk, no story, though, and Marius a little bit split apart here. Mustache, Queasy, Swizzy, they're still chasing them all the way down to the bird to go. These guys are full-on fighting inside of the storm. It's early zone tick, so they don't have to worry too heavily, but it's the storm sickness, Jacob. Both of these teams are delaying their own endgame.
It's something that we saw come into play in that last game, the storm sickness, getting chunks of HP ripped off in the end game, but they're continuing to go. They want to chase this one down, but Pixie on the other side, he's the most elevated. Vanya, he's on the low ground trying to heal the best that he can, but so Pixie is making sure to defensively hold that high ground. Marius as well. Flowberry Fizz, just make sure to top off the shields. That way they can force them down further and further. They continuously are getting chased, but you say, you know what? You want to fight? Come get it.
They're throwing everything at this one. The inventory, all of the heals, they're disappearing. Marius is becoming fully aware that the investment is soon becoming not worth it. How aggressive they're going to get. They're coming right box to box, wall to wall right now.
But think about the biggest differences here. Queasy's team, they're not actually carrying shotguns. All they have is the Wrecker revolvers in comparison to Marius, who's rocking both, but it's a gray sentinel at best. And that Wrecker revolver just not able to get close enough. Pixie, Vanya, Marius essentially at a standstill right now with Queasy.
They have the majority of the heals. You already see the slurp juice in the inventory, med kits being used. Essentially almost 200 HP and shields combined between these two, so they do have a little bit more of an upper hand. And I think Marius knows they're running out of HP resources to keep this fight going longer, so they are definitely now officially on the clock this deep in the zone, and it's only the fourth one overall. Mustache and them still have splashes underneath. Vanya's dropping, almost gets boxed up. Mustache has his head on a swivel, continuously turning around, but Taco talked about the double pump, and there it is in action. Marius is able to get the knock onto one, but he gets dropped to 30 HP. They desperately need the siphon, but oh no! Disaster strikes! Pixie is now the last one alive! Mustache and Swizzy, they lose Queasy, but it's only a knock. He's quickly going for the revive. A miracle in the making as Pixie falls!
They got all three! That's all that they needed! The space has been and Swizzy, this game has just begun.
Insane scenes here. Two top teams from EU fighting. Now it's NA's chance as Peter brought Ritual and Cold end that fight as soon as we turn in, and he's using his own emote on him, showboat, and said, hey, you might be ahead of us on the leaderboard, but we know who's the king.
Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, we just tuned in. 6 eliminations. That one's gotta feel good. Coming all the way over from NA to the global stage. Kind of that back and forth that happens between those two trios. That one's gotta feel good, but I can't lie, Taco, right? Ritual with 4 eliminations himself, showing what a year's worth of mechanical training can really do on the big stage.
We all witnessed the Richie 1v3s throughout the divisional cups, Vivian, and even in the majors, Ritual was putting up quite a stellar performance, but now things are gonna fall directly into the line of sight here for PH, Zen, Phaser, and King. They've already spotted out 2 other teams based on mountains right next to us. These next couple of rotates could be rather difficult, but Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts, they're still looking to press forward. They're actually trying to do it from underneath. They're hoping that they can just collect whatever leftover hard mats they can find.
With a sold-out crowd, you know they're going for M8. You know they're going for Havoc. So everybody at home, watching on Twitch, watching online, you need to give your energy to NA if you want to see a miracle comeback, because 2nd, 3rd, 4th place, all of them down. 5th place, that's Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts, and a chance to close the gap. Especially more so if they can figure out a way to take down Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstash. But we're now into the top 17. This is where placement points are going to come into play, and they're going to start moving quickly.
Vivid, how do you feel seeing this rotation by Savage, Reason, and Chap? It looked relatively healthy, but they're not the only ones. Other teams in EU definitely making their presence known.
Yeah, the chase is on right now for a couple of our teams, namely Malabuka, Walks, and Ping. The aggression early, they want to go ahead and catch up to Rapid, Kanata, and Bolts, right? That's the only team that is currently alive that is ahead of them right now. And as I say, that pressure starts to rain in.
Why does this look like one of the practice lobbies right now, though? Down to our last 17 teams and only 6th zone. Ping, Walks, Malabuka. They're trying to see if they can bring down Agers and Acorn with it. Pollo's already been claimed. Acorn, Agers just trying to create a little bit of space, but they know this might be a fight that they can't avoid any longer. They're gonna have to try and take a crash pad out of here, but Malabuka, Walks, and Ping, they are fully wary of what lies ahead.
Yeah, and you can see in the mini-map, Acorn, Agers, they immediately rotated out. A couple of teams rotating in and around this path for Pings, Walks, and Malabuka. Could be opportunities for elims or more damage, but they see that coming. They want to continue to rotate in. Right next to them, Queasy, Merstash, Swizzy, all trying to get this elevation differential for this next zone.
But just above them on the other side of this mountain face, Kanata, Rapid, Bolts, they see the crash pad. Merstash, he's been clipped. Merstash is brought down. Swizzy also incredibly low. They're going to be forced to drop all the way down. That height security that they were once hoping for has been completely lost here. Queasy, the healthiest member of his team, but he's got nobody next to him. He can't get close to Swizzy.
And that's that investment. What goes around comes around. If you want to sit and storm and fight between 1st and 2nd place, you want that one to be drawn out. You want to invest everything you have into it. Once you realize that you got to make one of these rotations all the way up the mountain, all of these aimers kind of paying attention to you, you realize quickly you don't have what it takes to survive in this lobby.
Oh my, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. It talked about them being out. And now 5th place has just lost their IGL and Rapid, and it's Queasy and Swizzy that are doing the majority of that damage as they try to make their way into the zone.
But Queasy can't get down. He has no mats. They were all on Swizzy and Merstash. They hadn't had a chance to actually drop any of their materials. He does see a crash pad. He's trying to bring Swizzy up with him, and now Swizzy manages to connect. What a brilliant play from Queasy. Most players would have probably taken that for themselves, but he said, nah, you're coming back up here with me.
That's just a shine. That's just a glimpse That is 7,000 IQ and the selfless plays and why we call him one of the greatest IGL. No, forget that. That's why we call him one of the greatest Fortnite players in the history of the game. And he's looking to prove it. If he could just close out these last 2 games, even with the loss of her stats, there's still 1,100 damage above the threshold as they land a couple more shots. Now 1,200 and continuously rolling.
But this is a really healthy trio. Cooper, Curly, Reed. I don't know that that's what Queasy's really looking to chase up. He's not trying to bark up the wrong tree here. After all, they've got to be a little bit more reserved here, Vivid. They don't want to overextend their welcome.
I mean, they're in the mix of things right now. They've gotten a couple of shots on a couple of trios right there. Maybe they can make something happen. As I say, that Queasy actually gets knocked. Now it's going to be all left to Swizzy. Swizzy gets knocked down. First, second, third, fourth, all out of the competition.
They at least had some eliminations to go with it, but will it really be enough? The leaderboard will have to wait and tell a different story here. Malibuco, Wax and Ping, though, fighting a battle of their own. They're now looking to see if they can overthrow the high ground. I drop Cammy, Hottie. They've been a little bit tagged up here, but it's Ping who eats the greater bulk of his shields there. Malibuco, Wax, now having to head towards the forefront. They're looking back. They're trying to provide some support. They have a slight placement on this side of the mountain, and they are looking down, and guess who's underneath them? Peterbot, Cold, Ritual, Mr. Savage, Captain Reason, so many teams crashing onto this mountain face.
A good chunk of the top 10 overall back into the lobby. Even our 5th place team on that leaderboard missing a player, and one of the more important ones into Rapid. As Phaser, PHN, King, they know they're not in zone just yet. In fact, they might have one of the farthest pulls in the entirety of the lobby. With Aspect, Tinka, Kazi in their path, they want to continue to roll through. Even with the medkits, even with the minis, they realize they are lacking materials and a ton of them.
Paying attention to the leaderboard of the last Global Championship. No minor region teams in the top 10. King, Phaser, PHN, they're trying to make that push right now. When you want to talk about a push, Taco, Bolts towards the bottom of the mountain. No mats to work with. Top 5 as it currently stands. The push is on.
What a genius, though. Bolts recognizing that the zone's going to pull over this Big Ben tunnel face. He's going to take a little bit of a harbor safety inside. But King, he's got literally 1 HP and a dream. The small shield potion, he's managed to get it off. But Phaser, only 2 builds remain. He can't keep continuing to hold that leverage over King's head. Instead, Phaser holding on for dear life, but he needs the heal. He won't get the chance. He's gonna be eaten alive by the lobby.
Oh, he props the crash pad, but instead he goes straight up and back to the lobby with that elimination. That one's going to hurt, but a lot of those rank ups coming in, and that's an A rank upgrade. That could be fruitful for Bolts underneath, who has to start to think, who has to start to act quick because he has only 8 builds, no heals in his loadout, and no mobility on top of that as we're going high up the mountain.
Bolts doesn't even get a chance really to try stop and check. He's just making sure that he stays concealed towards that backside of zone. But on the high ground, Vlad, Hero, FKS, they've actually managed to overtake one of the best positions that we've seen them in all weekend long.
Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, they don't want to walk away from this competition without at least putting some sort of a staple into it. They want to show everybody that, hey, listen, we had a tough time off spawn, but when we make it to the end game, we can put on a show.
Yeah, Bolts just went down off the side of that mountain. Their run in this game has come to an end. Did they get enough to move into the top 4? But Peterbot now battling for it all, and he is by himself. Cold and Ritual are all down below, and he's done it. He's gotten the high ground. He's gotten an elimination. Here he is. He's finally woken up from his slumber, and he's continuing to pressure down and stealing the high ground away. He joins Ritual and Cold on the other side and takes what's theirs.
Yesterday, Peterbot said, it's my day off, but today, it's a whole new beast coming alive here in the final hour. FKS going to be taken out by Ritual. Aspect as well, claiming that series of eliminations, but Cold, Peterbot, and Ritual, they're now kings of the mountain face, and they might be kings of this lobby if everyone else isn't careful.
There's still more than half of the placement points still available in this lobby, and I think Reason knows it. That's why he's moving to the outside of the zone. He saw 3 different med kits, a replenished amount of materials, and this could be the difference maker in terms of point differential as that leaderboard goes down below. Malibuca is struggling all around. rejoins his team. The splashes are coming out, but they're in the backside of the zone. They're sacrificing HP to try to catch any team off guard.
It's because of the way that the zone is pulled over this slight bridge of elevation, though. Malibuca, Ping, they don't have a whole lot of builds. Malibuca is going to be forced to try and play heals, try and acquire whatever placement points are possible. The siphon materials going to give him a little bit of extra time and the 2 med kits, but still, he has to make his way forward, and he's going to have to crash directly into Reed, Cooper, and Curly. But the moment they head down, they're taken out by Peterbot.
Reed just getting targeted from up above. He loses all of his materials, has no other choice, but another team contests towards the high ground. Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot, they're forced scrambling around, figuring out a way to reunite. The Flowberry Fizz does come out. That's Kisco, that's Striker, that's Kanu. They've taken down NA's best, but it's only for so long. Revenge comes in, and it comes in quick. Hold gets it down onto 1. No siphon just yet. He needs to buy time. No extra builds, and he's facing Reason on the other side. But high ground disrupts the foe. Down they go. 3v3 here for the end game. Kami, Hadi, that's relatively loose because Eyedrop is down. Kadu, Striker, and Tisco, they could take it all.
And this is what the international scene has needed all weekend long. But no, Kami, Hadi, Kami's not going to be able to make it through. It's only Tisco, Striker, and Kadu left to deal with Hadi. But Ari, he'll be forced to charge forward. He tries to head towards the high ground, but he just doesn't have the HP. Tisco just needs one more shot, and he finds it. That's going to be the first victory royale here this weekend for an international scene.
The Brazilian region is on top. They've showed up. They've reached the top 10 in the leaderboard with a whole nother trio, and this is their chance to shine bright. Frankie, we need to know what they're thinking.
We do, and I'm running over right now. This is the most exercise I've done all week, but it is worth it. Please, boys, on your feet. We've got Ricardo translating for us. Stand up, please. Striker, I need to come to you first. What was going through your mind during that final fight?
O que você estava pensando na tela, a última batalha?
Ah, que a gente tinha que ganhar, né? Entrar no comeback, dar os pontos para chegar no top 10 aí e subir na tabela.
The only thought was they needed to win. They won the top 10, so that's the only that's everything they were talking.
And that makes a lot of sense because I don't think a Brazilian team has ever placed inside the top 10 at a Fortnite global LAN before. Do you think this could be the year?
Você acha que esse é o ano que um time brasileiro pode ficar entre o top 10?
Tomara que os brasileiros consigam ficar, não só nós, sino também o King e Fraser PH, que estão perto do top 10, então tomara que nós dois fiquem lá e seja história.
And I'm going to come over here, if that's okay. Sorry, Ricardo. Kado, what has this experience been like for you? To get a victory royale, is this like the ultimate prize for you right now?
Como tem sido essa experiência para você ter esse vitória royal?
Bom, foi muito importante para nós, a gente precisava dessa vitória. Tava abaixo do top 15 e eu acho que com essa vitória agora a gente vai ganhar muita confiança para a última partida.
They needed that win. They were in top 15. That was very important here, and they can't wait for the last match.
Well, guys, we cannot wait for the last match after. It has been incredible to have you guys here. Well done for doing it for Brazil. Please, Leon, faites du bruit! Now, after this last game, we're going to be crowning a world champion. So tell your friends, they're not going to want to miss this.
Do you get scared? Or do you feel lost? I can smell fear. I've been there before. But you made it through the storm again. You did it on your own again. Goosebumps in your skin. Do you feel what I feel? I'm waiting on you to notice that you got what you wanted. We don't got time to cry right now. Only got time to focus. Leave them faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have Do you get scared? Or do you feel lost? I can smell fear. I've been there before. But you made it through the storm again. You did it on your own again. Goosebumps in your skin. Do you feel what I feel? I'm waiting on you to know.
Fortnite fam, I hope that you are locked and loaded because that last game, so many developments. BR coming up, massive 16 elimination victory royale on land. Oh yeah, Brazil, that's what I like to see.
You love to see it, right? You love to see it. I always like it when the sort of smaller regions come out and, you know, come out strong in games. Of course, we didn't have as many big hitters in that game, right, in terms of the leaderboard, so perfect opportunity for them to do it. And the way they took height here, Kelly, was so good. Even towards the end, they weren't fighting against anyone any slouches. It was Cammy and Chari, right? There was a final sort of 3v2, so not easy for them whatsoever. They played really consistently, and something we haven't necessarily seen from them today. We saw it a little bit yesterday. I think they had a 5th and a 3rd in yesterday's games, so it's nice to see them finding that form right now.
I think they listened to our complaints. We were asking, why is no one fighting for high ground on day 1? And then day 2, everyone is fighting for high ground right now. And they see there's all this contention going on the high ground. Why don't we third party this right now? We are a full trio. We can see that those are wood builds. Players are going down. This is our chance to steal it away from them.
It looks so good. And again, you know, we might not be fighting for first place, but we are fighting for life-changing amounts of money. We're going to be sending ourselves straight up those standings. Now, of course, guys,
wow,
that last game, we've got to talk about the head-to-head. Queasy, Merstash, and Swizzy versus Vanya, Merstash, and Pixie. I cannot believe Queasy just said, you know what? It's time. It's time, Minnie. This is giving me flashbacks.
Yeah, this is giving me flashbacks too, right? Think back to the Invitational. Queasy and Venno landed on Cammy and Seti. It wasn't successful. Thinking back to last year's Globals, Queasy and Thomas, they had the option to land on Peterbottom Point to try and disrupt them. They didn't make the decision to do so. Now they're taking matters into their own hands, and traditionally, typically, we see it in Game 12. In this game, we saw it in Game 11. They understand how strong Vanya's team is. I mean, they had a 16th in their first game, Vanya. Since then, and since, of course, this game, they hadn't placed outside of 6th. So they had to take them out and had to disrupt their game in any way they could, because if Vanya, Pixie, Marius, if they make it off spawn into the end game, they know they're going to get a good game out.
Although they did grow that lead just a little bit, it's a bit of a double-edged sword landing onto Vanya or going for Vanya, because Vanya knew the equation. They knew that they just had to run away. But when you have Queasy chasing you down, there's only so much you can do. But as they are being chased down, they're using their mats, they're using their heals. Everything that they need, everything that they have had to have a successful in-game is now gone. So by taking out second place a little bit early, they themselves got a little bit low on mats, a little bit low in heals, and were not able to recover.
Can we just talk about how insane? Okay, this is gonna be super nerdy. Okay, super nerdy. When they fight and finally they take them out, they start to make this rotate up the mountain, right? Swizzy gets caught in the storm, makes it out with 1 HP, and you're thinking, okay, wait a minute, let's start looking at what they have. Queasy has nothing, no build. Swizzy has everything, 1 HP. Queasy turns out, throws the crash pad down to get Swizzy back in place. Are you kidding me? Queasy, that is the biggest brain play I've ever seen in my entire life. And guess what? We have a listen in from that moment.
Drop kind of. Follow me, okay? Everyone have OXRs, right?
Yeah.
Okay, follow me. We're gonna try something. But again, fizz. Okay, don't go in render of Canada. Okay? Yeah. No render of Canada. Go this way. Last one, right now. 30 already? 30, 60, 50, 35. They probably don't have that much
We probably
rice, by
have
the way,
more.
as well.
We probably have more.
We can play
If
white.
we're tagging.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, he's taking our back. I shot, careful. Yeah. Took my roof. I'm dead, probably.
I think I'm fine. Start someone.
I'm out.
Okay.
I'm dead. I'm dead.
Okay.
I got it.
Okay.
One speed, dead. Nice. I got my
back.
finish.
Nice.
I got my finish. Play slow.
100.
Nice. Res, go bunker. Can we go bunker, you think?
The crazy thing about this moment, right? Just think about it. If we were to do this again, right? Even though they didn't get a victory royale, even though they didn't get top 5, they didn't get all this stuff, they delay Vanya. They go on, they slow things down. If we do this again, Mini Miner, imagine even if Squeezy goes down, you're going to put Vanya in the same exact position to be in shambles for the remainder of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but Vanya's team now maybe know that's coming, right? They could prepare for Queasy's team to do that and maybe change up their strategy, because if Vanya take out Queasy, that could be a very, very interesting end game, because like I mentioned, these guys don't miss a beat when it comes to the end game. So they're going to have a good game. So I don't know what's going to happen.
Can't believe this is it, the final game. We're going to find out who's going to be coming out on top, who's going to be the 2025 global champion. And for it to come down to mate on make hate, listen, I think the audience, although it's a bittersweet moment, they love to see their top teams in the top 2 spots.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you're an M8 fan, you're happy, right? You're like, hey, one of our M8 players are going to go on to be global champions, right? So exciting to see, but how does that last game end, right? Do we just take it to the off spawn again? Do we change things up? Do we play conservative? So many questions in that game, though. Something of note that happened, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual finding themselves up on the high ground as well with, you know, they've been quiet for both days, and finally there in game number 11, we see him on height, we see him pushing teams, kind of what we've been used to seeing in majors before this point.
Something that we don't used to see, though, is Ritual carrying the team with 5 eliminations, with Cold and Peterbot being the fraggers, only with 1. And of course, as they were able to control that high ground, they do what they do best, and they just spray the lobby below them, making sure that although they might be getting low on mats, they're still going to be getting those points through eliminations.
Yeah, I like the way they play this, actually. I really want to give a shout out to Ritual and Cole, the way they actually played this front side. So important right there. While Pete was sort of fragging at the back, they held down the front side, making sure that nobody else could take it. Really, really well played from those two in particular. And I think the way that these guys have gone this weekend, it hasn't gone their way necessarily. But of course, in this particular endgame, they were able to pop off. Remember, a lot of our big names that we were seeing on the leaderboard, sort of top 5, I think, were down and out in that endgame. So we didn't see our sort of height team that we would expect to be in there. But still, a solid game from these guys is going to push them up in the standings.
It's so good, guys. I'm just thinking about this, man. I gotta see those standings one more time. This is a fight for first and second place right now. It's a fight for first. Everyone else is fighting for that 3rd place spot. And again, you know, we might not be playing for first, but life-changing amounts of money, even flipping down to this second page, right? If we could break up into that top 10, this is going to come down to the last game. Fortnite always be doing this to me. We start day 2, it's, oh man, it's going to wrap it up. We know how it goes. Game 12 comes around, says, Zeke, hello. We're Fortnite. You know what we do best. We save it to the very last game.
Saving it for the last game is definitely something that we've seen time and time again. But to have all of our top teams and then second place going down early there makes me a bit nervous. I want to see all of these teams up and alive in the end game. I want it to be close. I want it to come down to the final moments, and that might just happen.
I hope so. I really hope so. I mean, I'm just thinking about sort of Vanya's position. What would they do in this situation? Is it for them to take it into their own hands? Do they try and outplay Queasy's team? Do they try and avoid what was going on? I know we had that in that listening right there. We listened to Queasy saying, we're going to have more whites than them. We can play the Storm, which is exactly why they won that fight. We were sort of watching it just here, and I remember saying, I was like, yeah, they're going to win the fight because they have all these whites, of course, from their drop spot. We broke it down at the beginning of the weekend, how powerful that drop spot is. They can get some, the slurp juices, of course, from there, all the splashes that they get from there, super valuable for them. And now, maybe we're going to see a little bit of a change of strategy for Vanya's team. Do they try and stack the whites, stay back in the Storm a little bit? Not too sure how they're going to play it out, but they have to respond. They have to do something to try and stop this this push from Queasy.
You know what I want to see? I want to see that victory royale turn from 0-0 to 0-1 to get practically a 5.9 average placement, but still just be so short on claiming that Man, I mean, Minnie, what is it? What can they do?
I mean, I think they just have to try and... I wouldn't, if I were them, try and land on Queasy or anything crazy like that, because they are so good at endgame, right? We haven't seen the day 2 that we saw from day 1 of Queasy, right?
Comment elle est magnifique la coupe.
Performance that we saw in day number 1. So it's almost safe to assume that they maybe not have that great performance in this final game like we saw. Maybe they could. It's Queasy. We don't know. But for Vanya's team, maybe they just play it out. They have to think about that in the back of their mind. What could Queasy do? It's gonna be so close. It all comes down to that.
And this is what they are fighting for, that beautiful trophy. But it is not just a physical object, it is an emotional one as well. Being able to come out on top, to be able to claim that in front of all of these incredible fans, that is a life-changing experience.
You talk about life-changing. I mean, Pix, Darm, and Demus, right? Going up against Seti, Yapko, and Panzer, and even Rapid, Kanata, and Bolts. 500 points out of Rapid, Kanata, and Bolts. Up to 512 in third place, Pix, Darm, and Demus. This could very easy. I mean, guys, just look at this.
Yeah.
Right from 5th place all the way up to 3rd place. I cannot stress this enough. This is life-changing amounts of money. The game isn't over. Even if we're excited to see the first place team come out and win, there is still so much we are playing for. Changing a single placement, a single elimination, a single placement point could be the difference.
Yeah, it really could. And a team that's no stranger to that, of course, is Kami, Chari, and iDrop. I mean, these guys had a really nice 2nd place right here. Exactly what we'd expect from this trio, sort of playing low ground really well. They did actually end up as a duo as well. It was iDrop, I think, that ended up going down, but they played it to perfection. I think they did move up a couple of places in the leaderboard as well here. So a really nice, solid performance from them. Again, we just saw the prize pool breakdown. They're not going to be getting 1st place this weekend, but every single placement counts towards such a huge chunk of that prize pool.
And Cam and Kari doing what they do best, launching up, trying to take high ground as a solo, as a duo. But of course, it did not go their way. It did go to the way of the Brazilian trio right there. But you do have to give props to them making that effort, going for the 2v3.
I mean, Pixstar and Demus as well, Zeke, you mentioned it right there. They're not used to the stage. It's not their environment, right? This is a team that's sort of on the come up throughout the entire year. They've been putting incredible performances, and every single time we go into a major, you know, they had an amazing major number 1, and we were like, oh, this is a new team coming into the grand finals, and you know how we expect them to do. People didn't necessarily have them up there. Then they were sort of favorites coming into major 2 and 3, and then they were sort of, you know, there were a lot of questions again. Can they do it on the global stage? Is it possible for them to continue this momentum? And it just seems like for that team, every single time a question's asked of them, they keep delivering. And they're doing it here today.
To end in that 3rd place, you saw that prize money.
Yeah.
You saw that prize money. But again, remember, Kanata, Rapid Bolts in that 5th place, only 12 points behind. So for these top 5 from 3rd down to 5th, we're kind of fighting each other, right? We know what's happening at the top.
Can I say how much I love to see Kanata's trio in this position all year long? A lot of people have just kind of been ignoring them because the story of NAC has been, oh, is it going to be Poyo or is it going to be Peterbot? Maybe Clicks can finally win a victory royale, and Kanata has just kind of fallen by the wayside. That was until this most recent season where he has just been the most consistent team in NA time and time again, and then finally in week 3 winning that Div Cup, and he was so confident. I actually got to talk to him right before day 1. He's like, who do you think's winning? And I was like, well, who won the last week of the last week of tournaments? And he's like, it's me. And you know, every single time he is just so confident, and I think that really brings so much to the stage to even go down, have like a rough end of day 1, and he just doesn't let that affect him.
Yeah,
it's so crazy, man. Once again, here we are and getting ready for that last game. My heart is pounding. I'm sure you guys at home are going crazy as well. What are we hoping to see? All right, putting you on the spot.
Okay.
Final game. Give me your hopes, your dreams, your aspirations for this game.
You know what I'd love to see? I'd love to see Vanya's team try and land on Queasy. Queasy's team try and land on Vanya. And we end up just having a crazy endgame where they're both fighting for height, and it's like a full-on, like the excitement takes it through to the entire game. It'd be so exciting. That's what I'd want to see. I don't know what will happen though.
Okay, I like that. I'm going to continue off of that.
Okay.
They both switch drop spots. They both make it to the end game. Queasy on high ground, Vanya on low ground. 3v3, final moment of the game to win it all.
Oh my gosh, you guys have got me hyped. I mean, Leon, you guys have got to be feeling this, right? This has been so incredible to hear all of you in the stadium going crazy, getting excited with us, cheering, crying, even booing. I mean, guys, this is such an amazing time. It is so good. I'm just so thankful Oh, I'm sorry, guys. This is hot off the presses. I need Benji right now. I need the translator. Guys, this is plans for 2026. Benji, put the headset on. Oh my gosh.
What's happened? What's happened?
This is for you. This is hot off the presses. This is what is coming for 2026. We're going back to duos, Benji.
Oh my gosh! Les gars, l'année prochaine, ça sera une saison FNCS en duo!
This is new FNCS mid-season.
What? Et comment ça?
Les amis, à mi-parcours, il y aura une LAN de milieu de saison. Pareil pour les FNCS duo. Une LAN, les gars, une LAN.
Reload Elite Series. I don't even know what that means.
Oh my gosh. Une LAN. Il y aura aussi une LAN, les gars, en recharge. Le mode recharge. Série Elite. Pareil, ça sera en milieu de saison. On a déjà 2 LAN de prévues.
$1 million mobile series?
Mobile tournament. Oh my gosh. Les gars, un tournoi à $1 million sur mobile.
Okay.
Putain.
2.0.
Yeah.
Ah ouais, Fortnite, ils ont mis le level haut. Hein.
Les gars, il va y avoir un nouveau classé. Incroyable, un nouveau classé, Zik.
We're getting another Pro-Am.
Un nouveau Pro-Am aussi, regardez, tout en bas. Le Pro-Am, vous connaissez, il y en aura un aussi en 2026.
Benji.
Yes, the most.
The lands are returning to Europe.
Les gars, on va parler français. On parle français. La LAN sera de retour en Europe. Il faut qu'on fasse en sorte que Epic choisisse la France. Epic Games, please, choice is France.
Oh my gosh. My heart was already pounding. I'm shaking right now. 2026. That is what is coming next year. You saw it. It is here. They apparently went huge. Guys, it is that time. Game number 12 is ready. So let's take a moment.
Putain, je suis trop content.
And make sure we are too.
Lyon! The finish line is approaching once more. But who will cross it first? The world has heard your noise all weekend long, but you must be louder than you have ever been before. This game is where errors come to an end and new ones are born. This is the last chance to forge legacies. This is where champions are crowned. So Lyon, I've got 3 words for you. Are you ready?
Dinguerie.
It's all come down to this. Jacob, the final battle bus of the weekend is upon us. Legacies will be forged here. Levin's already called it out. I know that there's so much action that's taking place with some of these off-spawn contests, but there's only 2 teams that everybody wants to see right now. And that's Queasy, Swissy, and Mustache. Where are they at? Will they clash yet again?
Not too soon. Business as usual on the north side of the map. with almost a 50-plus point lead for Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache. Nothing changes for them. They don't even need to necessarily win this game. They just need to continue to outscore Pixie, Marius, and Vanya, who are also uncontested at the OXR HQ. And the most insane thing about this all is it was Queasy in that last game that ended Marius, Vanya, and Pixie's run. They not only pushed over to their side of the map, they chased them
Allez,
down and sent them back to the
Jean-Clément!
lobby.
Allez, les gars!
Intercepted,
C'est une dinguerie.
completely ruined Vanya's game plan for his team. But Vico, a little bit of off-spawn domination taking place here. He's got a big elimination onto Yuma. Blixie and Beto are not with him, though. Coyota still looking to chase Vico out. And Vico nearly gets the better end of that trade, but he will fall. Beto, Vico, and Blixie are out of the running. But for Coyota and Rise, there's still a lot of heavy lifting to be done.
Asia on top. A battle throughout 12 games, and as the dust settles, they will be the last ones laughing and immediately set their eyes onto two different teams to try to continue to accumulate that early game surge. But they have to be careful. His teammate is on the other side, and they are still down Yuma. They have to figure out a way to backtrack, but they have no time. Pablo, Chino, they're already trying to taste down Asia's best.
Hello? Can't really do much of anything from this position. He's just got to stay side by side to Hero currently, but Chino, Pablo, and Ferdoxy, they've already got 3 eliminations on Chino alone. And Ferdoxy still keeping an open eye out for where Halat is headed next. Hero and his teammate glad to be far away from Chino, Pablo, and Ferdoxy, but these guys could be the real menaces of this lobby. They're just going to continue to try and get a clean sweep for everyone that comes into their path of fire here. Ferdoxy and Pablo really distributing some pain right now, and Hero, he just doesn't have anything to try and prevent himself from being taken out. Up-ball mix and focus. They took notice of what was going down, though. They decided to come crashing down on top of Chino, Pablo, and Ferdoxy, but Jacob, this is a box fight that I don't know if Chino's necessarily prepared to take it up, but he's got so many splashes. He'll be back to full HP in no time.
And this is a team right now to start the game. I know they have 411 points, but they were at 399. Chap, Savage, and Reason, 403 above them. I dropped Hadi and Cammy, 434, and then even Ping Walks and Malibu at 441. If they continue to play in this pace, get these eliminations, and make it deep into the end game, they could overtake some teams on their way up the top of the leaderboard for pride, glory, and line in their pockets with that much more money, what they came for, as Ferdoxy continues to move forward, not slowing down, and Havad is going to go down.
And Ferdoxy's kind of been calling it out, even in the events leading up to this weekend. We know that we're contested. We know it's going to be tough. Winning likely out of the question for that trio, but they can still put on a strong performance to see what more prizing they can possibly secure.
Seti, Epco, Panzer, 506, only 6 points shy of Pix, Darm, and Demas. Was honestly not too far away from their current drop spot, but you're seeing how stacked the leaderboard is when you kind of drop down outside of that top 2, or even top 3 or 4 for that matter. So it's going to take a good amount of eliminations if some of these teams on the outside wants to punch into the top 5, but better late than never could be the final opportunity that they have. As we continue to look around the map, seeing a lot of the same strategies going down as some of our previous games.
Haven't seen a whole lot of reason in chat. Mr. Savage trying to take up a surge-based position, though, up against Swizzy, Queasy, and Mustache. Whether or not this actually pans out in their favor is yet to be determined, but chat, Mr. Savage, Reason, definitely have had their highlight moments throughout this tourney.
Yeah, a team that's definitely had their ups and downs, and still, we talk about their story making it here. Barely, almost missing out on a chance at the grand finals, but it was a 1-point differential. They made it in. All they needed was a shot. 2 points. They made it in to qualify for the global championship, and now Savage is on the cusp of a potential top 5 if he can perform well with some eliminations in this game. King Phaser, PH Sin. They faltered, they fell out of the top 10, but they're just one placing down inside of that top 11.
Oh no! Pixie, Vanya, Marius, do they even have any idea of the intention that lies behind Ryu, Snowy, and Saad? They're looking to play massive spoiler here at OXR headquarters. If they catch Pixie and Vanya slipping, Marius racing across overhead. Right now, they're just trying to lock in their search. They're not really anticipating anybody to be nearby. And even with Vanya overhead, they're so preoccupied with just trading out these bloom battles. Marius, he's split apart from the rest. Ryu, Snowy, Saad, a singular 3-2-1 could be the difference here. Is Marius going to be able to stay strong?
You see, they didn't want to give up their position. We saw Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo try to do the same thing to Kanata. Looking all around, Marius does not even know. And you can see his loadout. He's the one for his team that's getting all of that extra material to replenish what they use for that surge base. He's getting all of those extra heals to consolidate them inside of their tower. But he is also the one that is exposing himself the most. Snowy, Saad, Ryu, they were able to close the distance and get inside of the OXR HQ.
We've got another perspective. Malibuka, Ping, and Walks here at Kappa Kappa Factory. They are just chasing down Pix, Darm, and Demas. They don't want to allow these guys the opportunity to try and maintain their position within the top 5. Malibuka, Ping, and Walks going on to the aggressive forefront here, but it's Ping who's opening up big shots here onto Demas, forcing him to pull further back inside of the box here. Malibuka, Ping from a separate direction. Demas, Darm, Pix, they're trying to keep the hopes alive for themselves. Rookies of the year, essentially, Jacob, but they still have to break through these veterans.
Malibuka's using his experience not to get caught off guard in these situations, just trying to spray down a couple of their piece control, get them to expose themselves. But right now, it is going to be a 3v3, but you see at the bottom of your mini-map, 2 teams from the Kappa Kappa Factory that could be looking for Surge to try to interrupt this one as Demas continues to scramble around. Oh no, 17 HP, 2 builds left. Walks continues to put down the pressure. Good thing for him. I do believe it was Darm reunited in the same box trying to hold the coverage, but that leaves out Pix to go down. They isolated the 1v1. Malibuka, Pings, and Walks are hunting down 3rd place.
Darm, Demas, and Pigs might be phenomenal fighters, but Malibuka, Ping, and Walks simply having the material counts in their favor. They've completely shut off Darm's entrance back towards Demas. Malibuka trying to see if he can make that wing flank approach. Malibuka, though, big tag, but an even bigger one on the Darm. Darm's going to be put down. Elimination after elimination now as Demas meets his demise. 3rd place might be exclusively up for grabs.
Malibuka!
It definitely is with how tight that leaderboard is. Pick, Darm, and Demas. I just want to give them a huge pat on the back from underdogs to top dogs. These guys looking like a serious threat. Vanya, Pixie,
Allez, Malibuka, allez, Vanyak, allez, Buka, allez, Malibuka, Vanyak et Marilus, allez, Mariak et Marilus.
He was already setting up for the pre-edit, so if Snowy, Rad, and Ryu aren't careful, they're going to find themselves getting caught completely off guard. Seti, he might not be a fan favorite this weekend, but he's still looking to try and take over. iDrop, Cammy, Hadi, it's teammates, or former teammates I should say, just looking to gauge who really got the better end of the deal.
Merde.
Kind of decisions, crash pads, launch pads. And with Seti, Avco, and Panzer right in front, that is the team currently in 4th place, 506 points, just shy of getting into another big money spot of the top 3. Swizzy, Mustache, Queasy, even with the zone pulling so far towards the south, they know it's very, very important for them to get
Allez, M8, allez, les M8, allez, les gens se mettent.
Cold is already down. Peterbach on the back foot, but it's actually Ritual that fell. Him and Cold, the 2 best fraggers in all of NA, have a chance to fight.
Allez, les M8, allez, les gens que le mettent, 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 allez, les gens que le mettent. Les gens que le mettent, c'est les goûts, c'est les goûts.
Losing the bone that was thrown him in the last lobby because they got a better placement than what they'd expected.
But, uh-oh. Obviously, they're going to try to crash pad up. They just dodged disaster somehow. Peterbot, he gets the audio cue. Great damage towards the backside. Just a sliver of HP remaining. But you see them kind of second-guessing the decision. They don't know exactly who that is hiding there. So them being 2 versus the 3. They have to figure out if they want to push this or not, but a good opening opportunity with damage. They're creeping closer and closer.
Whether the crowd likes it or not, Peterbot and Cold, Ritual, they've actually had a pretty incredible day 2 performance, Jacob. They have completely leapfrogged their way up the leaderboard, and they're clearly still intent on just trying to see how far they can really go. They've gotten so much prizing from NAC throughout the entirety of this year, but now on the global stage, Peterbot, Cold, as a duo, they might still be looking to bring Ritual back into this one.
Yeah, you gotta think that they do have that reboot card. They're kind of
La 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 la.
Be careful. Bakapars and Pump are already there trying to get scraps. To go back on over to Rangers Ruin. Bradoxy, Pablo, Chino. They got the boss down. The queen is no more, and you're seeing what that does. Not only do they get that OXR rank, but multiple slurp juices, splashes that they can use. They already have 419 points. They can only go up from here.
Tu sais que je suis en live. One of the only teams in this lobby that's truly capable of finding those huge elimination wins.
Oh, mais ici parce que je t'allais manger, chérie, c'est pour ça. Là, c'est la finale de Fortnite, chérie. Le live, il t'entend, bébé. T'as un truc à le dire? T'as un truc à dire? T'as un truc à dire, chérie, dans le live? Abonne-toi. Abonnez-vous.
And every placing down that leaderboard just gets
Abonne-moi sur WhatsApp, chérie.
I should say upside. You got 450,000 for first place,
Tu m'appelles sur WhatsApp?
300,000 for second, 225,000 for third, and that's just kind of a showing of like every placing you go up, even if you might not be able to win, could be a life-changing amount of money. As Peterbot's going to go down to Victor V yet again. Victor V.
Désolé, j'étais avec ma femme.
Or even more in this tournament, taking down Pete himself, even with Ritual back, a sliver of HP, forcing out the splash is Cold and him have to reunite
Chérie, tu
and
fais
figure
quoi?
out a way to get their teammate back.
Victor V might be the real Peterbot counter. Now that he's on 0 ping, people forget Victor V, when he's playing on West, he's tackling on 60 ping.
Chérie,
So now we're getting to watch an elite young fragger on the come up. So excited to see where this goes next, because even though the weekend
Allez, on va voir si Kiki va gagner la grande finale. On va voir si Kiki va gagner la grande finale, bébé. Allez, j'en le mec.
Basically taking himself out. The full trio looking to run him down. They do have a chance though. We saw Cold, we saw Ritual go back to Dystopia. Does he go and see Swizzy, Mustache, and Queasy yet again accessing the bunker? Not too far away from the hive, just outside of Rangers Ruin and Foxy Floodgates. And they now have the Mythic. They have the Medallion. They have the Exotic. And they have time here to let every other team pass them on the zone and fight each other.
Victor V just picking up where he left off. Unfortunately, Ritual just not healthy enough to stay on both of his feet. He's just going to be
Moi, je regarde les FNCS. Chérie, je coupe vite. Bébé.
alive from that trio, and now Victor V, he'll have the opportunity to heal, but not only that, 4 eliminations, it's so much surge, and Jacob, realistically, Epic, he's trying to help make the calls alongside Paper. They still want to keep pushing forward, but Ryu, he's going to bring down Epic Will. Victor V now looking to give a little bit of backup here to a support player, but Victor V, he's stuck in a 1 versus 2 situation. They're trying to close in onto the primary fragger here, but Victor V, Pop's got to be going crazy, watching his son pop off in the crowd.
Without any builds, I'm not too worried. He does have that medallion, the double jump. It also negates fall damage as he quickly reunites with Paper on the other side. That's what they're going to start thinking about, how many builds that they have, what do they need to get, but they don't have time. They're immediately getting jumped on 1v3, multiple angles. Victor B still making plays, slides out of those builds. Paper still stuck. He's still trying to figure out an answer to the onslaught that's thrown his way. He continues to fight back. Ryu, though, almost full HP when it comes to the shield. field as well. Paper, no knock. Victor V is down. The full trio is out of here.
A little bit of tragedy has struck there for Victor V, Paper, and Epic Whale. But they
N'hésitez pas aussi à vous abonner les gens, merci à tous en tout cas. Hein. Là je suis avec ma femme au téléphone, elle est au téléphone avec moi, ma petite poulette. Bon allez, on va aller les gens que le mettent.
There's only one way to get some points in this game. You cannot expect the teams above you on that leaderboard to go down early. The level of competition inside of the top 10, I feel like, has never been higher. So you have to start to take matters into your own hands. And this is one of those teams, for Doxy specifically, that will play to win. He will make or break himself. He's not going to go down with at least trying. And that's how they found those 8 eliminations. But Clicks and Higgs, you see them lurking around, trying to grab those extra bandages, the heals. This is going to be a 2-tick zone.
Mais bébé, j'ai coupé mon bébé, tu sais, t'es au courant que j'ai coupé mon micro, chérie. Hein. Bah oui, je t'ai dit de regarder mon live parce que je suis en live, bébé. Vas-y, ma chérie. Bah mets ton pyjama. Bah moi je suis pas sûr que c'est possible. Bon allez bébé. Ah les gens que le mettent. Allez les gens que le mettent. Allez, allez.
This might be game 12, but they're not out of gas just
yet.
When it comes to eliminations, Taco, they have 40 points on straight eliminations alone. We haven't even touched those placement points yet. They're shooting up the leaderboard faster than ever. I talked about the prize money differential, and that's exactly what they're after. Canada Rapid and Bolt's the same thing for them. To start the game, they were in about 5th place, but hot on their heels. There's so many teams trying to get aggressive to get those points. See in the distance, 2nd place, Vanya, Nereus, and
regarde mon live, bébé.
Not going for the high ground just yet. 6th zone, more than half of the game left still to play.
This is where players really have to test their composure.
Bébé, je coupe mon micro, ok? Vas-y, bébé, je coupe le micro.
You start to see the lights. You start to think that could be us, our name. The crowd is chanting, but the same case scenario for Vanya as well. They're still looking to try and overtake first place. And if for Stash, Swizzy, and Queasy get lobby,
allez, allez, allez.
Difference maker, but instead Swizzy fires back. It's gonna be a takedown. The elimination couldn't have come at a better time.
And that's 4 more points for them, inching themselves closer and closer to it being mathematically impossible for anybody to catch up. But again, no placement points just yet. That can truly shake things up, especially since they have a max pull across the map and a few teams trying to make and mirror that same rotation. First comes the crash pad, then the Flowberry Fizz, and they can continue that rotation until they make the zone. But Taco, more than half of this zone is over open water.
Not only that, but Swizzy, Queasy, and Merstache, they are white line crash padding straight towards the next zone. The fact that nobody has taken a shot at them along the way, it's a bold maneuver, but it pans out heavily in their
allez, 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 les gens que le mettent. Allez. Allez, les gens que le mettent. Allez.
But better still, Seti, Panzer, and Yapko, they've still got a lot to settle here in this lobby. They find another elimination onto Adapter. Valor already taken care of by visuals and a Minish, but Braids on the other side of these walls. Seti can't continue pressing forward. They're stuck inside their own build. That is until Yapko finds the elimination onto visuals.
Yeah, much needed elimination as well. They were only 8 damage above the threshold. That's not a feeling of comfortability at all. Now they go from 300, but dropping back down low. That just goes to show how active this lobby actually is. But they continue to steamroll. Stash, Swizzy, and Queasy find their 3rd elimination of the game, taking down NA West.
And you know that Vanya thinks the Amadius, they can see it all in the elimination feed. 3 additional elims for for Swizzy, Mustache, and Queasy. They have so much ground to cover just from placement points alone, and the Elims are doing them no favors whatsoever. But Mustache, Swizzy, it's like Queasy told them, just be off the leash, do whatever you want, just find those eliminations.
Up there it goes, School. Trying to drop down low. He's the first one to get knocked. Sauko followed in that trend. He was trying to be a hero, but ends up a 0, leaving Arc all by himself. That's a ton of pressure for one of the youngest, one of the most aggressive players on his region, but active surge for Pars, Pump, and Baka, 136 below the damage threshold. It does not matter if they have high ground, if they can't utilize it, and nobody's giving them any peaks. So they're going to go ahead and utilize that Flowberry Fizz to get a triple heal going out.
They're stuck looking to heal instead of being able to look for tags. Malabuka, Walks and Ping put on so much pressure, but now that they've made their rotation, we're a little bit exposed. Not sure that was enough for Baka, Pars, and Pump to get across the finish line there for the third threshold. And now the medkit comes out. Baka doesn't have anything to work with. It's just those couple of crash pads. He might as well leave them somewhere for his teammate to pick up. But Pars just looking at this loadout, Jacob.
Bon allez, Jean-Clément!
Anything to work with.
0 ammo in his AR. It's literally just 19 shots in that Wrecker revolver. Luckily for him, he at the bare minimum has Pump on his team.
Jean-Clément!
They're ready to take a bite out of NA West, but Malabuka's trying to beat him first. They crash pad towards the high ground, and they solidify it while Surge reactivates. Down goes Pump. Pars is now officially on the clock, which runs out, and he's out of the game for good.
But these audio cues aren't doing Malabuka's team any favors because Prodoxy, Chino, Pablo directly underneath, more than happy to see if they can close in. They knew that there were weakened trios directly above them, but they just want to see how bad off are they really. They're still trailing underneath, but Walks, Malabuka attempting to hold height. They might only be a duo, Jacob, but they have so much surge.
62 points. That's the difference between first and second place. And the time is truly running out. They have to make sure Queasy, Mustache, and Swizzy somehow go down outside of the top 8 as they continue to move through. It's becoming more and more impossible. They're 600 plus damage above the threshold. They're looking down to the backside of zone, trying to figure out where the weakness is for any of these trios trying to rotate in. Even with Kanata down below, they're lurking. No visual audios, but if you look at the sky, that's Marius, Vanya, and Pixie, but they lose Vanya throughout this mix. They're on that middle ground where all the chaos ensues.
Vanya just barely managing to start to get his life back up to a healthy level. Swizzy, Mustache, Queasy though, they see the high ground. They're starting to go for the chop. Malabuka gonna be forced to drop eventually, but can Malabuka even get down in the first place? I don't think so. He's a victim of the lobby now. Swizzy, Queasy, they don't hesitate. They're immediately surging upwards. They know height domination is where the thrill will be tested.
On the high ground right now, they're getting challenged, but they're fighting for it all. It's Pixie, it's Marius, and Vanya. If they want the win, this is the moment right here. Swizzy goes down. Mustache has fallen. It is all up to Queasy and Taco. There are more than enough points still left on the board for them to overtake the first place spot, but they have to survive. Vanya goes down. Marius is gonna have to pop that slurp juice and reunite with Pixie.
But where's Queasy? Pixie and Marius, they're so incredibly low. They're not gonna be able to save Vanya. They'll at least get everything that he had to offer at the final moments. But Marius, Pixie, as a duo, they've got to find Queasy. They don't know where he's gone off to. Seti in the low ground. If Marius and Pixie aren't careful, they might run smack dab into the center of where all the congestion is building at. But they're crash padding up. They're trying to get back on the height. They know what is in front of them, and they want to take it by force.
They already have second place locked in. It's all or nothing. Down goes PH Sid, but no! Marius is now down as well. Pixie with the pressure on his shoulders. You got to remember, though, Queasy is down. They are 50 points shy. He needs to win, but he gets denied. Mustache, Queasy, and Swizzy have done it.
It was the final moment. It was going to be so bittersweet, no matter the outcome for the gentle mates here, Jacob. But Queasy has finally overcome. The GOAT debate has been settled. He is the GOAT of Fortnite when it comes to IGN. player in general, and he's got two goats with him. It's Swizzy and Merstash.
But there's still hundreds of thousands of dollars split between these teams still left alive. A good chunk of them at the top of the leaderboard, including Pablo, who's trying to have that solo run, but that one gets ended, and rather quickly as he was by himself. That was Seti and Yapko. They're one of 3 teams left alive. Panzer's trying to move in, 20 HP. He's quickly running out of builds. Seti as well, but he's gonna go out. Cammy, his invitational partner, has done it again. He ends his show. He said, no, you will not pass me. You will not take my money, as Cooper and Curly are still down below. 2v3 situation, 3v1. I drop Dari and Cammy win the final game of the day.
What an impossibly crazy finish. Nobody could have possibly anticipated that it would all come down to this final match in day one. We saw Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstash leading the charge. They had such a monumental lead over the entirety of the lobby, but it still all came down to the wire. They knew it was a marathon from the get-go, but they sprinted across the finish line to claim the title as your 2025 global champions.
A year-long journey just to get to this point. 12 games, almost 700 points, 3 victory royales. They have done it.
It almost seems as if it hasn't even fully keyed in yet. Merstash and Swizzy, they're letting everyone here in Lyon know. It's Gentlemates, it's Twisted Queasy bringing home the title. Fellas, lift that trophy high!
Bravo Jean-Claude, Maître, Jean-Claude, Maître.
Aujourd'hui et pour l'éternité, vos champions, Queasy, Merstash and Swizzy!
Merstash, you have been to so many of these global events. You've never placed inside the top 10. How does it feel to be a global champion?
It feels nice. I can't believe it. Still, like, we've been playing this year. We played so great every Grands. We should have won every Grands, but now this is the day when we won.
You might not have won an FNCS major final in 2025, but that doesn't matter right now. You are the best team in the world. Queasy, you are the greatest IGL Fortnite has ever seen. Can you believe it?
I mean, after today's performance, I don't know about that, but I mean, we pulled through, we got it, so that's all that matters.
Well, talk to me about today. Yesterday, we were all saying this trophy was surely yours. But this morning, those first 3 games, they didn't go your way.
Jean-Claude!
Did you think you were going to have
Maître,
to settle for second
Jean-Claude!
No,
Maître!
I was playing only for first. That's why we did what we
Incroyable.
did in 11. And,
Vraiment.
I mean, shout out to them. Because
C'est
we
mérité.
went into this like thinking like 99% we're gonna win, and it pushed it to the last game.
Bébé, tu regardes mon live?
Next trio, like, I don't even know. They did amazing.
Guys,
Ils ont gagné la Coupe du Monde.
Je peux pas vous le dire
Incroyable.
autrement. Swizzy a les larmes aux yeux. Swizzy est ému. Regardez, Swizzy, I saw the real tears in your eyes. How do you feel, Swizzy?
I feel amazing. Last year I couldn't play with my duo. Now I'm here and I win.
Cette année c'était la bonne pour lui, enfin la bonne. Il est tellement ému, Swizzy. Good luck for the future.
Guys, I have to ask, what makes this a world-beating team?
Them too, just fragging ability. I mean, they solo clutched the game 11 with 2v3. I don't know. I try to do my best today.
C'est dinguerie, hein. Vraiment incroyable.
But they pulled through and they got me the win.
Incroyable, vraiment. Et même, il méritait, hein. Et il mérite d'avoir ça, hein. Le trophée, hein. C'est mérité de ouf, hein. Tu regardes le live, bébé? C'est une dinguerie, hein? Incroyable. Après, c'est Fortnite, bébé. Hein. C'est les FN16, bébé. Incroyable, vraiment, c'est une dinguerie. Oh, je suis fier d'eux, vraiment, je suis trop fier.
Global champions, guys. How does it feel? Swizzy, I want to start with you, bro. Any time that you guys have performed well and the camera's been on you, you feel like a guy who wears his heart on his sleeve. Those emotions flood through you, smile big. How does this moment feel right now?
It's still amazing. I think I did the most mentality in our team. Like, I saw their face, our first game, and they say, like, guys, lock in.
Lock in. Dude, and you said yourself, right, the fact that past times you've not been able to play with your actual teammates. The moment you get to play with your actual trio, you win the global championship.
Yeah.
Queasy, going all the way back to the Invitational, so close to claiming that first place spot, but you walk away in second. Last year, this same situation happens, and finally, you claim your rightful spot as a global champion. What has that journey been like starting all the way back in 2022?
I don't even know. I mean, from Invitational, literally like before game 12, I said,
Je t'aime, mon
guys,
bébé.
please, let's not make it the same thing again.
Moi, je t'aime plus que
And, I mean, we did it finally, so it's a crazy feeling.
Mustache, brother. I mean, you've been hearing it for 2 days now.
Tu vois, toi, avec tes lunettes, là.
Crowd goes crazy. Did that push you forward? Did that make you more nervous anyway?
Bébé, viens me réchauffer. J'ai faim.
Came here for support with us, and
Tu me réchauffes, chérie?
meant so much for us. I think gave me
Viens me
confidence
réchauffer.
at least the first day. So yeah, I want to thank you everyone.
On dirait une robe, chérie.
All right, we got to talk about essentially the winning moment for you guys in game 11. I want to know what was going through the comms, whose idea was it, and how were you able to execute it?
Basically, half break, we went to VOD review, we watched zones, we were figuring out, because day one, our game plan was to get metal in bunkers. Day two, the bunkers were gone. 2 of the games we ran for it, they got taken before we could get there, and kind of messed up our game. And after I watched the VOD, we were supposed to go Foxy, but I said, if it pulls the same, I saw Vanya tanking like Medmiss and Storm, and then padding, so I try to like go towards him and wait for him to pad and kill him out the air. That was the plan, but yeah.
I mean, obviously it worked out in your favor going for second place right there. Queasy, that is why you are regarded as one of the best IGLs in the world.
I mean, and look, Queasy, I don't know why you're down on yourself right now. I mean, Swizzy Mustache, this guy's been your IGL, and he's not giving himself the props that he rightfully has earned. I saw you walk up to that trophy and shed a tear. I saw you smile big when you lifted it. Brother, you're a global champion. And not only that, you've got EU their first global championship title right here, right now. Lyon, make some noise for Swizzy, Queasy, Mustache! Forever in history, you guys have made a moment in Fortnite. Thank you guys so much. We're going to let you guys go. Take this trophy. Get out of here. Go celebrate global champions. Congratulations again. You can leave your headsets here. Get out of here, guys. Come on, Leo. Make some more noise!
Congratulations. Come here. Oh, my God. Good question. Good job, you guys.
Head that way right there. Yo, congrats, Queasy. Man, I cannot believe it. I cannot believe, once again, Fortnite does it, Kelly. Game number 12, pushed to the absolute brink. It was won in game number 11, right? Taking it as far to landing on Vanya and basically putting them in a situation, hey, because you know, you think about it, right? Minnie, you would think about, okay, maybe game 12 is that time. But no, they're one step ahead. Game 11, Let's push them to the very brink, game 11, because that gives us game 12 as a buffer. And because of that, Mini, they are now global champions.
Incredible stuff. Absolutely incredible stuff. Think back to Queasy, Chapter 2, Season 6, FNCS win. His first FNCS win. Then, of course, we go to the Invitational. The all-important moment that we remember from that time. Second place in that tournament. Made a big play, didn't work out. Then he goes on to get 6 out of 12 wins in grand finals with Vino. A record-breaking performance. And then last year with Thomas HT coming so close to taking home the title. He has done it. And I couldn't be more happy for him. He deserves it so much. And it's the final thing ticked off on his list. He hasn't got the LAN win yet, Kelly. But now, he's finally done.
I mean, this is a story that hasn't even just been building up from the start of this year. It's been building up since the start of Fortnite. Yep. And there is no person better to finally grab that global champion than Queasy. Everyone, even before day one, before they got the back-to-back victory royales, said that Queasy is the best LAN player in the world. Yep. And he said, let me make honest people out of everyone that is believing in me. And we got to talk to so many people saying, who do you think has to win it all? And Queasy's name was brought up time and time again.
I mean, and again, Queasy, when you wake up tomorrow and you start to doubt yourself, look yourself in the mirror and think, I am a global champion, and let that doubt fade away forever, brother. You guys have done something incredible here. You have made this crowd roar. If there are any M8 fans, you know they're also going crazy. The fact M8 came out in that #1 spot. But don't forget, other players, other trios were fighting for that prize money. Let's take a look how things ended. We saw there early on in the game, Pixie fell, but in the end there, it looks like Panzer, SETI, Japko come out in 3rd place. I kept saying, Kanata, now's the moment, but SETI said, hold on. We're going to make sure that Globals 2025 is dominated by EU.
Yeah, what a performance from SETI, Panzer, and Japko. Really, really great. They played the meta really well all weekend. Fixed a couple of issues that they might have had. You know, we were looking at them this weekend. They were contested. A lot of people had them written off. But no, they put on an absolute display of excellence all weekend, and really happy for them to get 3rd there.
Listen, as the NA representative on this desk, I do have to give a shout out to Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts, holding it strong in 5th place for North America. And a lot of people said, would you have expected Kanata to be the one to represent NA on top? And I say every time, yes! He is one of the best players in the world, the only player in the world to go to every single grand finals. To see him represent his region like that, it just makes me so happy.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, NA, we're gonna have to come together. Okay, group huddle after this, because 2026, we know we're making a return to Europe. We're gonna need to show up there, but it's fine. EU, you guys can have 1. That's fine. We still have 2 at the end of the day. My friends, final kind of closing thoughts after the weekend before we kind of start wrapping up and saying goodbye.
I mean, what a weekend overall. The atmosphere here has been absolutely electric. All the fans here have put on an incredible display themselves, right? Let alone the players on that stage. Every single one of them put everything into preparing for this event, of course, playing this weekend as well in front of a crowd, which at times wasn't necessarily as positive towards some of the players, but they showed grit, they showed determination, and they showed that they can pull through. And this, I think, has been my favorite Globals.
100%. There is so many moving pieces that go into a global championships. Beyond the players, beyond us, there is just so many people involved that want to make sure that we bring the best show possible. And I think we did that this weekend. And a lot of that is due to the incredible fans that we had supporting, making sure that they made so much noise, because they know that the global championships only happens 1 time a year. So if it's gonna happen now, we're gonna make some noise.
Oh man, yeah, thank you so much, Lyon, for all your love and support. You guys have truly made this something special. Thank you. As we start getting ready to say goodbye, let's get the rest of the crew in here. And of course, you know I want to get the crew, the French commentators who kind of helped bring this whole thing to life in venue. Fortnite fam, thank you so much. A big thank you to the players. A couple things before we go. Don't forget double XP going on till Monday. Hop in, get yourself all that XP. Make sure you play. So much to play for. You heard the news for 2026. It's about to be crazy. But as always, until then, we love you, keep yourself safe, and we'll see you on that battle bus.
Beep, beep. N'hésitez pas aussi à vous abonner les gens, merci à tous en tout cas, hein. Plein de cœur. Fini. Bon allez, moi je coupe le live. Ouais, ciao ciao. Ciao.